Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the House Economic Matters Committee. Today is Friday, February 19th. We're having double duty today. We're going to start off with our statewide alcohol bills. And then we'll break and we'll get with our local bills. We're going to start off with House Bill 185, Delegate Branch. And then the next bill will be House Bill 422 with Delegate Barnes. At this time, I'd like to call up Delegate Branch.
Am I first? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Branch is first. You are second, Delegate Barnes. Is Delegate Branch with us?
I'm here, sir.
All righty.
Can someone, I don't have my file, so I don't have the bill in front of me. Can somebody just tell me what it does a little? Is this the bill that has to do with multiple?
Yes.
Great. Well, that bill
required multiple purchases.
Yes, that bill is a bill that's before you today because there are, I discovered during the summer as a result of COVID that there were a number of alcoholic facilities, just a couple, that were selling more product. So they would say that you would have to buy 6 beers opposed to just buying one at one time. And then when I contacted the local alcoholic governing authority at the local level, then they said, well, actually, we don't have any laws in place that allow us to go after them. So that kind of bothered me with that fact that we would sell a person 6 beers and have them drink them at one time and possibly leave intoxicated. So I decided that I would try and make it fair where a person could buy 1 beer and not as a result of the epidemic or the COVID situation where businesses were trying to sell more by making a person buy more at one time. So this just makes that person be able to buy 1 beer at a time or 1 drink at a time, opposed to buying multiple drinks.
All right. Any questions for our sponsor? Hearing none, thank you very much. And that will conclude our hearing for House Bill 185. I'd now like to go to Delegate Barnes for House Bill 42. Welcome, Delegate Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair and esteemed committee members of Economic Matters. For the record, my name is Delegate Darrell Barnes, and I am here to present on House Bill 422. House Bill 422 would require the Governor's Office of Small Minority and Women Business Affairs, in consultation with specified entities, to conduct a study of the participation of minority-owned businesses in the alcohol beverages industry here in the state of Maryland. I had brought this bill before you last year with the hopes of passage, but I believe that we did not have enough time. This legislation will serve as a basis in determining the reporting that the disparity levels of the industry, which since the end of the prohibition in 1933 has been dominated by a small number of companies. Doing such would expand opportunities for minority distributors in the state of Maryland to distribute to regulated venues that are engaged in the purchase of alcohol beverages. The study basically will provide substantial reporting in 4 areas. Research of historical and current levels of participation by minority-owned businesses, evaluation of market activities and retail sales, demonstration of disparities in the level of participation of minorities, and provide recommendations for legally supporting minorities in the alcohol beverages industry. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I ask for a favorable vote.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Delegate Barnes? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Gerald Boyd. Unmute yourself, Mr. Boyd.
Good. Chairman Davis and members of the House Economic Matters Committee, I'm Gerald Boyd, President Emeritus of DB Consulting Group, a government contracting business my son and I established in Maryland in 2000. Over 7 years ago, I started a new business in Maryland, Legacy Partners Distribution, LLC. Today, nearly 88 years since the end of Prohibition, a major disparity exists in Maryland in the liquor industry, as African Americans and other minorities are still grossly underrepresented. Maryland's regulatory approach to alcohol sales is a three-tiered system: supplier tier, wholesale distributor tier, and retailer tier. I would like to note that the level of underrepresentation in tier 2, the wholesale distribution tier, is such that African Americans and other minorities are virtually non-existent. Relative to this, for the past 3 years, I've tried to supply products to the casinos in Maryland, specifically Horseshoe in Baltimore, Maryland Live in Anne Arundel, and MGM in Prince George's County. Maryland casinos licenses require that at least 29% of casino purchases of goods and services be made with a minority business if one exists. Given the 3 casinos haven't met the 29% participation requirement, my minority-owned liquor wholesale distribution business should have been utilized to help meet this requirement, especially given that I'm the only African-American liquor wholesale distributor licensed in the state of Maryland. Specifically, over the last 3 years, casinos have ordered almost 200 cases of liquor from Legacy. By comparison, they've ordered at least 31,000 cases of liquor from the other wholesale distributors over the last 3 years. This highlights the disparity. This appears to be a statewide issue, as it is apparent that my minority-owned business does not have equal access to compete for the liquor wholesale distribution business at these 3 casinos, which are in 3 different jurisdictions within the state. Today, this industry is dominated by a handful of wholesale distribution companies who refer to themselves as family-owned businesses. They have made billions of dollars in generational wealth since the end of Prohibition in 1933. To this point, a review of the current websites for these 3 large wholesale distribution companies will reveal that their combined revenue in 2020 alone was over $30 billion. Without a study to confirm the magnitude of the disparity that has existed since Prohibition ended, the large wholesale distributors will continue to conduct business unaware that there is a major disparity, although they are fully aware that a significant percentage of their revenue and customer base comes from African Americans and other minority populations. This study is needed to confirm the existence of this egregious disparity, and I support the passage of House Bill 422.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, that concludes our hearing for House Bill 422. I would now like to go to Delegate Watson for House Bill 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. House Bill 12 would allow restaurants and bars and taverns to continue the temporary pandemic-related ability granted by the governor's executive order to offer alcoholic beverages to customers along with prepared food purchases in a safe and lawful manner for carryout and delivery. This bill is the result of a collaborative effort between the Restaurant Association of Maryland and the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association. The bill will put what was allowed by the executive order into statute, but also adds some important guardrails. These safeguards are the result of a robust discussion with the industry and liquor board administrators. in the collaborative effort the past several months. The sale of alcohol has always been a necessary component of profit margins for restaurants and bars with alcohol licenses. Allowing the off-premises sale during the pandemic has been a lifeline keeping many of these small businesses alive. But even before COVID, there was a growing consumer demand for the convenience of food service carryout and delivery. The growth of online and app-based ordering has had a positive impact on restaurant and bar operations, which operate on razor-thin profit margins, typically between 4 and 6%. Updating Maryland laws to reflect changes to consumer preferences protects the investment that businesses make in alcohol licenses. And for those licensees who are in normal times not allowed to serve alcohol for carryout or delivery, this law would allow them to do so. This is what the bill requires. Number one, it requires alcoholic beverages purchased for carryout and delivery be purchased along with prepared food, not prepackaged food. Number two, it requires valid identification of proof of age to ensure that purchasers of alcoholic beverages for carryout or delivery are at least 21 years of age. If delivered, it must be delivered by an employee, not by a third party, such as Uber or DoorDash. Number three, it requires alcoholic beverages sold for carryout or delivery must be in the manufacturer's original sealed container or in a container with a cap, cork, seal, or lid with no holes for straws or sipping. Number four, it requires appropriate local liquor board oversight and enforcement by requiring licensees to register and receive written authorization from local liquor licensing boards to sell alcoholic beverages for carryout or delivery. Number five, it prohibits alcoholic beverages with food for carryout or delivery after 11 p.m. And number six, it permits delivery only within the jurisdictions where the license is issued. This is in keeping with the rules that we already have for package stores making deliveries. There are some licensees across the state who are already authorized to serve on and off premises. And the only change for those licensees is that they would now be able to also deliver mixed drinks or cocktails. You will hear from multiple industry representatives speaking in support of the bill, and there may be differing opinions provided on whether there should be limitations on quantity and how that would be decided. In addition, the governor and the comptroller support this legislation. I would also draw your attention to the testimony of Angie Boyder, who is a citizen in Maryland who wrote to us about the bill. Testimony is in the file, but in essence, she said that she served on the Howard County Commission of Aging for 6 years, and she gives two reasons for supporting this bill. The first is that many older adults could benefit from home delivery, as transportation is the #1 problem cited in older adult surveys. And the second is that small households could enjoy a drink without buying a full bottle, which might encourage overconsumption. So for two reasons, we asked the committee to approve this bill. The first is that the hospitality industry has been gravely impacted by the pandemic, and those businesses that survive the pandemic will require 3 to 4 years to recover from the losses of the pandemic-related closures and impact. Allowing the temporarily granted ability to become permanent will aid their survival and help them recover in the future. And number two, the second reason is that consumers want the convenience of either picking up or having delivered a bottle of wine with their Wednesday night spaghetti, or a 6-pack of beer with a Thursday takeout barbecue, or a margarita with their Friday night fajitas. Hospitality is different in 2021 than it was in 1980, and it's time to modernize our liquor law in Maryland to allow restaurants to adapt to changing consumer preferences. We respectfully request a favorable report from the committee. Thank you.
Chairman,
Delegate Valderrama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, Delegate Watson. You mentioned it had to be served with food, which I understand. Is there qualifications or definitions of how much food? Because like if someone were to go in, and if I missed it, I apologize. I jumped in later in the testimony, but is there a certain amount of food that has to be purchased? Because if someone went in for, I'm exaggerating, a stick of gum, I don't know, a French fry, is there? Just curious.
It says prepared food, so a stick of gum would not work.
I know, I was exaggerating.
An order of French fries would work.
Would work.
Yes, is that we let Melvin Thompson from the Restaurant Association and Steve Wise from the Licensed Beverage Dealers testify, and they may be able to answer some of the questions, and then we can open it up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay with you.
Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions. First of all, the food service, that was Chris hit on that. I used to work in nightclubs in DC. One of the big things about being able to serve liquor in nightclubs or being able to serve liquor in establishments in DC is you needed to be able to serve food. And mind you, by no question were these restaurants. They were nightclubs that served food. And they served the requisite amount of chicken wings and meatballs in order to pass muster. And in fact, that's how they got their liquor license. So obviously, I know that's problematic with me because I know there's a very brief workaround. But my question comes about the type of drink. So it sounds like there really is no regulation as to the type. So they can sell a 6-pack, correct?
Yes.
Under your bill, they can serve a 6-pack, but which is sealed. They can also serve a bottle of wine or let them take out a half of a bottle of wine after they've consumed some of the bottle, correct? And lastly, they could serve actual just mixed drinks, like in a styrofoam cup with a lid on it. Correct?
Right, as defined in the bill.
Right, and that's one because
holes, yeah.
Because
no holes for sipping, etc.
It just seems so schizophrenic because we have some of the toughest DUI laws in the country. Maryland is no joke when it comes to alcohol and driving. And I've looked at the bill. I've had several people reach out to me. And I'm always concerned with inviting more vice into a community, but specifically into a car. And I know that the bill, quantified there could be no, holes for you to punch, a straw through. But the fact is, it's just this loose container, with a lid on it. And it's just, I feel that we're sending two entirely different messages by passing a bill like this, because it's not just a delivery, which I understand is its own issue, but the fact that people can transport, they can have what would be considered, as soon as they get in the car, open al bev. So as soon as they get in the car, if they pop that lid, they can have a mixed drink with a lid on it. But to a police officer, that's an open alcoholic beverage. And whether they put the lid back on, take a sip or not. And I just think it sends a really confusing signal as well as for law enforcement. So I'd be interested in hearing what the rest of the individuals have to say. But yeah, I'm very skeptical of inviting more vice into a community, especially when we talk about the way we view liquor and DUIs in Maryland.
You will hear some of that addressed in the next testimony. I would just say, though, that when someone goes into a liquor store and purchases a beer and they sit in the car and pop the top of the beer, it's the same thing. This isn't anything different than someone going into a liquor store and purchasing. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question.
Delegate Branch.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Watson, we talked just a little about this, and I'm just wondering, have the restaurant industry, have they come up with a way that they will control the limits? Did they talk to you about that yet, about the limits of what can be sold? For example, I buy one pizza and order 2 cases of beer. So have they discussed that yet?
And thank you for that question. You will hear different suggestions on that in the testimony that comes forward. And I think it will really be up to the committee to make the decision about the best path forward on whether quantity should be limited, and if so, how it should be limited.
Okay, that's fair enough. And I'm sure I'll hear from the industry and others that'll probably mention that.
Yes.
Okay.
I will make one more point, though. We need to remember that the local boards do have the ability on their own to manage any of these new permissions as they see fit. So local liquor boards can, in their own counties, add requirements to what we have posed here in order to implement the bill.
Yep. Thank you, Mr.
Tell
Chairman.
you what, guys, let's hold off on some of the questions. Let's get to some of these experts, hear them, and then I'll double back. They may be able to answer some of the questions that we're putting to the delegates. So let's hear from some of the witnesses and then we'll double back. Randolph Mariner.
Good morning, Chair Davis, Vice Chair Demas, and committee members. My name is Randy Mariner, and I reside at Manor Hill Farm in Ellicott City, home to Manor Hill Brewing. I am here today to solicit your support of HB 12. As chairman and founder of Victoria Restaurant Group, my family and I own and operate Victoria Gastropub in Columbia and Manor Hill Tavern in historic Ellicott City. For almost a year, under the governor's executive order, we have been safely selling beer, wine, and liquor for off-premise use that is coupled with our curbside pickup food sales. To date, we have had absolutely no negative issues resulting from these sales. These beverages are provided in totally sealed containers, so there can be no confusion with open container laws. These additional consumer benefits can now provide our customers, not only helping them, but also providing much needed additional revenue to us. The restaurant industry as we know it pre-COVID is gone forever. Consumers like the convenience of quality carry-out food coupled with their ability to get their favorite beer, wine, or cocktail in one-stop shopping. Therefore, I urge your support of HB 12 and favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Melvin Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, I'm Melvin Thompson. I represent the Restaurant Association of Maryland, and we strongly support this legislation, and we thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. The restaurant and food service industry has been devastated by the catastrophic financial impact of the COVID pandemic and related operating restrictions, and we continue to struggle to recover from those losses, and we estimate it could take 3 to 5 years for our industry to fully recover. During the pandemic and restrictions on indoor dining, customers have become accustomed to the convenience of ordering alcoholic beverages for their carry-out and delivery food orders, and restaurants have benefited from the additional revenue. The purpose of House Bill 12 is to allow this to continue beyond the state of emergency. And as Delegate Watson mentioned, in recent years, the growth of online ordering and carry-out food has had a major impact on restaurant operations, and the pandemic has only accelerated customer preference for this convenience, which will continue to grow. And the availability of alcohol to go should be part of food service purchase options, and it's been demonstrated over nearly a year now during the pandemic that it can be done in a safe and responsible manner. We think that the sale of alcohol should be allowed to continue because restaurants operate on razor-thin profit margins. And this has really helped us during the pandemic. And we think that modernizing Maryland's alcohol laws to reflect changes in customer preferences really helps to protect the value of the liquor license fees that these licensees pay. And the legislation was also written to ensure that alcohol to go can be purchased only with the sale of prepared food. And the bill also requires that license holders who want to take advantage of this privilege receive written authorization with their local licensing boards. We believe this provides for appropriate local oversight and also enforcement. Moreover, Maryland's alcoholic beverage article already allows for local licensing boards to adopt regulations as they deem necessary to enforce our alcohol laws. And because some jurisdictions already have restaurant licenses that allow for off-premise sales at restaurants without restrictions, we do not believe that any volume limits are necessary in this bill. So our industry strongly supports this legislation as an additional way to help us on our long road to recovery, and we would respectfully request a favorable report. I'll be happy to help answer any questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Steve Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Steve Wise on behalf of the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association, that's comprised of bars, restaurants, and package stores. I want to thank Delegate Watson for working with us on this, and Mr. Thompson and the Restaurant Association. We put in quite a bit of time to come up with the product that's before you, although there are a couple lingering issues which we continue to work through. And I just want to touch on those because they were the subject of some of the questions. We, in the course of our discussion, spoke with the liquor boards, and you have some testimony with concerns about the limits on amount of alcohol that can be carried out or delivered, since these are not typically establishments that have been in the off-premise business. We are aware of that, and we think an amendment which we will provide to the committee that would give express authority to the liquor boards to enact those limits as they see appropriate would be the right thing to do. And in truth, some of our own membership, the package stores, are concerned that some on-premise locations would essentially turn into package stores without having gone through the exact same licensure process. So for all of those reasons, as well as the fact some other states have enacted limits on amounts, we support that. The second thing, which will make a little more sense as we go through the day here, because it relates to some other bills, we would also accept a time limitation on this bill, because in fact, we're going to be pushing for that on another bill that deals with delivery, House Bill 1232, that you'll be hearing shortly. And I think that'll make a little more sense once you've heard that bill. But with those two adjustments, I think you have a good product here that'll be very helpful to the industry. Thank you.
All right. Derek Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. Thank you also, Mr. Melvin Thompson, for allowing me to speak. I'm Derek Purcell with Otterbee's Table in downtown Baltimore. And just as you all know, this pandemic has truly impacted all restaurants, and especially those within the city limits. And of course, I'm no stranger to that. We've really struggled as far as our revenue, as far as how to keep up. Our restaurant has been truly impacted, and we've been forced to change our model just to adapt and try to continue to provide a work balance for those that work for us and the community that we serve. And so allowing us to be able to continue with the sale of alcoholic beverages as a part of our carryout or curbside pickup would be immensely appreciated. Again, because it provides revenue, but it also increases on the experience that our customers that we serve, because we serve specialty drinks. A lot of our drinks are paired with the food items that we serve. And it provides that great Otterbee's Table experience that some of you may have become accustomed to. We definitely appreciate the opportunity to be able to do this. We're prepared to continue to manage this efficiently and effectively for the safety of our guests and our city. We provide every beverage with clearly labeled identifiers saying that these drinks are not to be consumed by anyone under 21 years of age. It's an adult beverage, as well as the ingredients that are in it. We also provide sealed containers that are tamper-proof, sort of what you may get when you buy a soda or a gallon of milk. You can tell if the containers have been opened. And so we're doing everything responsibly. We'd like to be able to continue to do that and to be able to provide employment for our people. And that's what matters at the end of the day, that we're able to just take responsibility for the people that help us be successful as a restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. James Moran.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Jim Moran. I'm with the Queen Anne's County Commissioners. I'm the at-large county commissioner, and we support House Bill 12 with the following amendments. Sunset clause. We recognize the challenges facing the restaurant and bar industry, as well as many others in the hospitality industry. House Bill 12 codifies Governor Hogan's executive order permitting on-premise licensees to add a beer, wine, or spirits beverage along with a takeout food order. This permissive activity has been viewed favorably among our premise licensees. We support this legislation provided that a sunset provision giving the local licensing board the discretion to terminate it if or when the permissive activity is ended. The second would be fees, because the new policy will necessitate additional administration oversight and potential enforcement activities for local liquor boards. We would encourage the language in the legislation prohibiting a local licensing board from establishing a fee to be struck. Whether a fee is established or not should be left in the discretion of the local licensing board. We thank you for your opportunity to support this legislation. And the one thing that we are very concerned about in Queen Anne's County is the sunset. We feel that this, going on 2 years past the termination of this pandemic, should be left to the decision of our local liquor boards. And also, the only other question I would add into this is, this bill helps all of our restaurants, which is great, but I think it hurts our wait staff, our waitresses, bartenders. So, I think that's something that should be considered too. Thank you for your time.
Jack Malani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Jack Malani, Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association Legislative Co-Chair. Not to repeat what Steve had said, I think most of you are aware that a lot of the subdivisions have different rules, and we support a limit, and we think it would probably be best done by the local liquor boards. It's something that we've had good debate. We represent both restaurants and packaged goods, and just want to make sure everyone is aware the packaged goods are certainly very supportive of the restaurant members. All they ask is for some limits to be put in place, to make sure that no one goes too far with becoming a packaged goods store. Thank you.
Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick before I get to my other questions, Mr. Moran, when you spoke, you said it would hurt the staff there. How would you hurt waiters and waitresses and things of that nature? What do you mean by that?
Well, I just meant that if everything is pushed more towards a to-go atmosphere, the tips and the service of the wait staff are being basically just there's nobody going into the. If you encourage more people to buy to go, how does that help the wait staff in the restaurants? And that's what I'm talking about when the pandemic ends, not so much now. Now, like I said, we're 50% capacity, some places more, some places less. And I think that the wait staff, the waiters, waitresses, and bartenders are getting their tips and making their fees. But when this pandemic ends, Queen Anne's County, for one, would like to possibly terminate this as soon as the pandemic ends, so we're not excluding those waiters, waitresses, and bartenders from making a living.
Gotcha. Next, I want to ask, so I guess the first one will go to Melvin and then follow up with Steve, if I could. Melvin, how would you ensure that these restaurants or taverns don't become liquor stores if you said you guys want us to not add any language in there regarding value?
And thank you very much for that question, Delegate. And first, let me say that restaurants do not want to become liquor stores, and that is why we included language in the bill to require a food purchase in order to purchase alcohol to go. We also surveyed our members to find out right now during the governor's executive order how many of their customers are choosing to have alcohol included with their carryout food orders. And it's really only about 10% of their carryout customers in most cases. There are some wine-related restaurants that have a little more than that, but it's not something that is going out with every carryout food order. But the other reason we don't think that volume limits are necessary is because some of our restaurants do operate more as a wine bar or wine-oriented experience. And we often have customers who come into those restaurants and they will experience a unique wine, something they really enjoy, they don't see everywhere, and they want the opportunity to buy a few bottles.
I got you. But I know, but we're talking right now. We're just went through a pandemic. Restaurants admitted they were losing a lot of money. This helped them make a lot of money, or make some money, let's say that. So what do we have to ensure that they're not going to say, oh, you know what, it's more profitable if I just keep selling alcohol more than my food, if you've got no limits in place whatsoever for the value. That part there just strikes me, because we've got liquor stores that are obviously concerned that have employees. And I cannot imagine a restaurant hiring more people for their liquor distribution. However, if restaurants become like competition to liquor stores, then some liquor stores may have to cut back on their personnel. So I think the volume one, that's just my opinion, we'll leave it there. Mixed drinks, and I guess it goes back to you again, Melvin, with the mixed drinks. I share the like of Delegate Wilson. I see no good in anybody being able to take a Jack and Pepsi to the car or whatever. And I know the young man from Baltimore did a great job, but what good comes out of that? What tools is the restaurant association willing to make to ensure that that's not going to happen?
And that's a very good question, Delegate. And we would have no problem with some clarifying language to require a tamper-proof seal or tape that has not been broken for cocktails and mixed drinks that are sold and not still in the original manufacturer's sealed container. We think that would be appropriate to address this issue. And I think we heard that Ida B's Table in Baltimore is already doing such.
And I'm curious, and I don't want to talk at the time, Mr. Chair, to be it. With that one there, is a seal anything like a piece of plastic that I can stick a straw through once I get there? I mean, I've seen people leave establishment, styrofoam cup, they cup it, and you just put a straw in it when you walk out.
No, and we were clear in the language in the bill, Delegate, that the lid may have no holes or straws for straws or sipping. And so that's very clear in the language of the bill already.
All right. Thank you all.
Delegate Impalaria.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an interesting bill because it puts me at odds with all the organizations that I have supported over the years. Because just like Delegate Wilson and Delegate Walker has brought up, I see a problem with open containers in cars, and you're mixing something. So the person at that final destination, what if it isn't what they want? That's a real problem. You know, if they get a 6-pack of beer's closed. And I have a problem with that. My other problem, and by the way, Mr. Monroe or whatever, every point he made was excellent. I agreed with him 100%. So now I'm selling alcohol, which I can sell in my county, but what's to stop me to selling it from across county lines? And what's to stop me from selling it across state lines? Because the Eastern Shore is right on Delaware, Harford County is right on Pennsylvania. So how do we regulate that? How do we make sure that doesn't happen? And my next problem with this is you can't actually bring alcohol to every place. And how does that establishment know that when they make that delivery to the dorm rooms at the college where no alcohol is allowed on campus, or when they send it to a secure building where a person has purchased it over the phone with a credit card. So we don't know who's made the purchase, don't have a clue. That the purchaser on the phone could be 18 years old who made that purchase. Then it's delivered to the secured building where it's already paid for, the tip's already there, and the only person there to receive it is the doorman. The doorman picks up the phone and calls upstairs, says your food's down here, come on down and get it. That I have a real problem with. So I want to support the restaurant industry and I want to support the alcohol industries. And my way of supporting it is to let these places fully open up and go back to business the way they were before all this happened, as is being done in many states without problem. So this isn't us jumping off a ledge and taking a chance. We see that across the United States, many places have opened fully for business. Across the world, many places have opened for business. Number one stimulus for all businesses and all schools, open up tomorrow. So I agree with the sunset on this. If it's going to be done, I am concerned with, I order French fries and I get 2 cases of beer. I have a real problem with that, especially when these restaurants have a situation where they're supposed to have a certain percentage of alcohol sales and a certain percentage of food sales. So now we're throwing that out the window. So really, alcohol is a controlled, dangerous substance. It is a privilege to sell it, not a right. Yet it seems more and more people are coming in and saying, this should just be a right and there really shouldn't be any laws. And maybe you could, I don't care who answers the question, but tell me what happens when it's sold across the county line. Tell me what happens when it's sold across the state line. Tell me what happens when it's brought to a building that the doorman accepts it and we don't know who paid for it on the credit card? Because the truth is, it's against the law to sell it to a minor. That's the real truth. So if the minor is the one using the credit card, it really doesn't matter who the delivery goes to. So
Let me try to get your questions answered, Delegate Impalaria. Jack Malani, would you like to take that one? So his question was about how, delivering within jurisdictional lines. And also, do you want to explain the requirements for age, verifying age?
Most of the subdivisions currently that allow for delivery have either a form or some type of checklist that must be completed. And at that point in time, it's most jurisdictions make them retain that. So, I don't think that, I would think that that's something that would be done by all subdivisions, because I think the liquor boards have a big role in any of these changes. So
you're saying, Jack, that most do that. So that is not done right now. That's not, this is a statewide law. That's not a statewide law.
Yeah, Delegate, I think that like anything else, our suggestion was to put limits on it and to have the liquor boards put those rules in place. That's why we were favorable with amendment. We certainly support the concept, but we think, like any bill, it's going to need some work to get it where it should be before you guys would consider passing it. But I think one of the big things would be to have this go to the local liquor boards, let them decide what limits. And I'll give you an example. I'm from Baltimore County, and for us to deliver, we have to go to the board. And if we had a previous violation for serving a minor, they don't let us deliver. So those are the type of questions I think that we have to get to and get straightened out. But I think the intent of the bill is to help restaurants, and I think we have members on both sides of this, so it's a little more difficult for us. But I do think it's something that's worth working on and see if we can find a solution that kind of takes care of everyone's problems. I don't think it's going to be an easy task, but I certainly think it's something that we should be able to accomplish.
Jack, would it be easier and better for you and more productive if you could just fully open tomorrow and stop having to deal with all this?
Delegate, in all honesty, I have a bigger problem. I have about 18,000 federal employees at Social Security and CMS, and currently there's about 60 of them on campus. I need people to go to work is what I need.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman,
but hold on. But that's beyond the scope of what the House Economic Matters Committee can do. We can't open up. We don't have that authority. So there's a gentleman up on the second floor over at the State House that can do that. He's got to answer that question. We can only do what's before us. And while I'm in this, guys, I think and these were much more relevant in years past when we had hypotheticals of what might happen or could happen. For all practical purposes, we've been at this 9 months to a year. All the questions we're asking, this has been going on. So what we've got to ask ourselves is, have we been having those problems the last 9 months to a year where this is already going on? This is no theoretical anymore. This is reality. They're going across lines and underage and people popping mixed drinks in cars. Have we been seeing an increase in arrests and juveniles, and has that been occurring? If it has not, then I think we got to elevate our debate from what we always thought previously, because now we have real-time data on this. Delegate Moutz.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll take a little liberty and say, yeah, let's open up the restaurants and bars right now for the hospitality industry. And this is a case to first impression for me. And my questions are for Mr. Thompson. Would this cover mixed drinks, or would it also be bottles of liquor and bottles of beer and things like that?
Thank you very much for the question, Delegate. And this legislation would allow for the sale of alcoholic beverages to go either in the manufacturer's original sealed container, or also a mixed drink or cocktail that comes in a container that would be lid with a lid and seal. by the establishment. So it really would be both. And let me clarify something that was previously asked. There is language in the bill that prohibits the delivery of alcoholic beverages outside of the licensed jurisdiction. And you also would be prohibited from delivering alcoholic beverages to another licensed establishment. And so we've made that very clear. And that is really existing Maryland law, but we've also provided that additional clarification. And I think that also helps to answer Delegate Impelaria's question.
Yeah, and so I'm digesting the bill and thinking about what the industry has gone through this year and how the industry operates. To me, it seems like the only new component that this bill proposes is the actual delivery, because there are a number of businesses that operate that already have package stores. So you can go in and have your dinner and they have a license to sell off premises. So you can have your dinner and buy a case of beer and take that home with you. So is that pretty much accurate in how this operates? The only new component this adds is the actual delivery?
Well, it adds delivery. You're absolutely right. And that would be using the licensee's own employees, not third-party delivery. But in most jurisdictions that allow for delivery, they do require you to register and receive written authorization and any other documentation that is required for delivery. But this legislation would also allow for carryout for those licenses that don't already have such a privilege for off-premise sales on their license. So a couple of things.
So I'd be a little concerned about any restrictions that were put in, because there are a couple of businesses, that's the new business model for me in the hospitality industry, is to do off-premises and on-premises, and some have built their business around that. I'd be concerned that their licenses and their quantities be protected, because there are a couple of restaurants I've been to where they are package stores. And I mean, they sell bottles, there's bottles on the wall, and they sell cases. And so I'd want to make sure that whatever we did didn't restrict them from being able to do the business that they already do. And I also heard some comments about the impact of staff on the industry and how this would hurt the staff. But, you know, in the hospitality industry, where is the bulk of the staff in the front of the house or the back of the house? And what is your opinion of that as far as keeping these businesses up and running?
Well, I don't think that question really gets to the heart of the matter, what we're doing here. The staff issue, we do tend to have a lot more employees in the front of the house. During the COVID restrictions, we have reduced our staffing because we don't have as many customers dining in our restaurants right now. However, there are a number of customers who continue to tip their delivery staff who comes out to make those deliveries, and also the staff at the restaurants when they're picking up carryout orders. So customers have been very, very good to our staff during this, but I don't think there's really any concern about the impact this would have on staff. We are seeing, just in general, an increase in the number of customers who actually want food for carryout and delivery. And we are certainly adjusting to that. As I mentioned, that tends to be a growing trend. But those customers, even when they come in for those purchases, are really taking care of the staff as they should in terms of tipping.
Well, thank you for helping me out with those questions. And thank you, Delegate Watson, for bringing this bill to deal with, you know, what's been going on. Thank you, Chairman.
Delegate Branch, then Delegate Aarons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You touched on a lot of it, Delegate Davis, my question anyway, but this is kind of to Melvin Thompson and some of the others. This bill pretty much mirrors what the executive order of the governor was, and it's been implemented and it's been working already. It's being used as we speak. So just as the chairman said, no one responded to him. Have there been any issues? At least I haven't heard of any, but can any of you tell me if there have been any issues as it relates to this this executive order thus far?
Yes, let me clarify. There are some differences with this legislation. The governor's executive order does not require for food to be purchased for alcohol, carry out, and delivery. So ours does. Ours is also very clear about registering and written authorization from the local licensing board. And that is not covered specifically in the governor's executive order, although there's language in the governor's executive order that says that the privilege would be subject to any conditions that would be imposed by the local licensing authority. And to your second question, we have heard of very few problems with this during the nearly year that we've been doing this. There have been some spot checking in Montgomery County. There were some issues there that we heard about, but for the most part, our operators have been handling this very responsibly, and so have our customers. They've been very responsible with this new privilege.
And you see this as a very good opportunity to enhance the profits and the help for restaurants in the state of Maryland.
Absolutely. And again, as we said, this is a convenience for customers. We're not seeing an overwhelming number of customers purchasing alcohol with their carryout orders, but there are customers who do enjoy that privilege, and the restaurants certainly do enjoy the additional revenue that this brings to them. And like I said previously, we don't want to be liquor stores, and actually it would not make sense economically for customers to purchase larger volumes in restaurants anyway, because of the markup on the sales that we make. It just wouldn't be economically making sense for them to do so in a restaurant versus a liquor store.
And currently, lastly, are you and some of the others like Nick and the others talking about this limit issue?
We have been having those conversations, yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Delegate Aarons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Melvin, I kind of agree with this putting a sunset on this. I do know that right now when I go out and I buy to-go stuff, I do tip heavily. I tip very heavily when I'm not buying to-go stuff. If I'm buying to-go stuff normally, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I'll give the guy $1 or $2 on something, but you're really not providing me something. And I get that. The other thing is about abuses. A good restaurant that sells good wine is always looking for an opportunity to unload some of that good wine, and they will sell it at a premium. If I'm drinking wine at a restaurant and I like that wine and I don't want to go to package store to package store, I could be talked into buying more than 1 or 2 bottles of that wine. So I see these things because it's not necessarily for the pub on the corner, because you're right. When I buy my beer, or when I did buy my beer, I had to buy that off a distributor, and it was a whole lot cheaper for you to go to a package store and buy it because they bought it in volume. And I think we'll see some of these problems in the later bills, but I just think that we are in a time of crisis. That's fine. And I think we need to help these businesses out because they are hurting. But moving forward, I just see a lot of opportunities for abuse, and the intent is not to abuse it. But I can tell you, if it's the end of the night and I don't have that license that I can sell to-go beer, and I then have the opportunity, I'm going to try and sell some beer. It is a profit margin. And after somebody's had, maybe they're not at a legal limit or anything like that, they may be looking to buy a lot more than they actually will consume with that dinner or with that meal for future use. That being said, the other point I want to bring up now, we also know that these delivery people are going to have to be trained, and they're another liability for the restaurants, right?
On delivery, again, let me clarify, the restaurant would be required to use their own staff for delivery. You're not using third-party delivery providers because that's not allowed under current Maryland law. And so the restaurant would need to ensure that their delivery personnel are checking IDs to make sure that the individual who purchased is actually over the age of 21. And so that would be certainly a requirement that they would have to comply with. And in most local jurisdictions that allow for delivery, they have additional documentation that is required. Sometimes the purchaser has to fill out a form upon delivery just to provide some additional accountability.
Okay, am I correct in assuming that if I have alcohol in my car and I'm under 21, I'm violating the law?
That is correct.
Okay, so then
well, if you're the only person in the car, if there is an adult driving or in the car and they have purchased and there's been that verification check, there's in that situation, I'm trying to understand your question. Are you saying
my question is the delivery? No, the delivery person. That's all. The delivery.
Oh, the delivery person.
21.
Okay.
He has to be 21.
I just think those limits would be something I would be looking at. I mean, I agree with a lot of this, Bill, because times are where they are today. But moving forward, I think we need to revisit something like this. But thank you for your comments.
I'm sorry I misunderstood your question, Delegate.
That's okay.
All righty. Did I call Cal Lagazi? I don't remember.
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Cal Lagazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee members, or good afternoon, committee members, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. My name is Kyle Algaze. I'm one of the owners and founder of Iron Rooster. We're a breakfast all day restaurant with 4 locations in Baltimore County, Baltimore City, and Anne Arundel County. I urge you to consider voting for House Bill 12 that authorizes restaurant, bars, and taverns to sell and deliver certain alcoholic beverages for off-premise consumption. As we all know, the effects of COVID-19 on our lives has been devastating. And businesses like ours that thrive and depend on social engagement have been hit even harder by limited capacities and social distancing measures. There's an old rule of thumb in the restaurant business. In order to continue to survive, you must pivot and evolve. This became particularly true when restaurants and bars were able to sell alcoholic beverages to go. I would just like to touch on 2 points to this bill that I think are important. The first is revenue. The average restaurant in our state has lost anywhere between 25 and 75% of their revenue pre-pandemic. Our restaurants are no different, and this has been crushing. The Restaurant Association estimates that between 30 and 40% of restaurants have closed or will close and not reopen once restrictions begin to lift. In order to find ways to operate and employ our staff, we need to find ways to increase revenue. Although incremental, our alcoholic beverage to-go program has seen gains that will hopefully continue with the passage of this bill and return to normal operations sometime in the future. Additional to our revenue, I believe the passage of this bill will help a secondary part of our business that goes unnoticed. Most restaurants, ours included, use smaller breweries and distilleries. As a Maryland company, we seek out local businesses we can help promote and use their services and products. Although liquor stores have seen incredible business during the pandemic, a lot of these smaller breweries and distilleries do not have the same reach in liquor stores and large retail chains. And this is where we come in. Since dining capacities were limited beginning in March of 2020, alcohol sales inside restaurants have fallen. The trickle-down effect has also hit these smaller local businesses as well. Because our volumes are down, so are theirs. Being able to sell a pint of your favorite local beer or rye whiskey has helped ease the losses we all have had to deal with. With no material effect to state operations or finances, I believe this bill will be another step in helping small businesses survive as we look forward to much brighter and warmer days ahead. This program has worked throughout the state since last year, and I truly believe can be a momentous decision. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Catherine Martin.
Hello, Chairman Davis and members of the committee. My name is Katie Martin, and I'm a student attorney in the Public Health Law Clinic at the University of Maryland School of Law. I'm here to talk to you today about the public health repercussions of enacting House Bill 12 and to urge you to give this bill an unfavorable report. I'm first going to speak a little bit about the importance of preventing underage access to alcohol, and then I'm going to explain the enforcement challenges that go along with this bill based on conversations I've had with alcohol enforcement agents and many of the counties around the state. As I'm sure I don't have to tell you, underage drinking is linked to a host of issues that impact many facets of human development. There's a reason the drinking age is set at 21 across the country and is so heavily enforced. The most common method of age verification is checking IDs at point of sale, and it's clear that ID checks prevent and deter some, if not most, underage persons from purchasing alcohol. In Maryland, the Alcoholic Beverage Code is enforced by agencies in each of the jurisdictions, many of which had concerns with the content of this bill. The overarching themes of these concerns were that agencies are underfunded and understaffed to manage the influx of carryout and delivery licensees. Since Governor Hogan enacted the executive order that closely resembles this bill in March of 2020, the number of carryout and delivery licensees shot up across the state. This means that in addition to the standard compliance operations the agencies were conducting, they now needed to monitor these new forms of alcohol sales in each of the licensed retailers. Quite simply, the enforcement agencies could not keep up. A majority of the agencies reported that they had not performed any or significant compliance checks to see if licensees were verifying IDs for carryout and delivery cocktails. Of the counties that have performed compliance checks for carryout and delivery, both reported significant drops in ID check compliance. Without elevating enforcement funding and personnel to match the widened breadth of licensees, this could be a pervasive public health problem. In addition to lacking the bandwidth to perform compliance checks, enforcement agencies are concerned about their ability to monitor carryout and delivery cocktails because these beverages are often unlabeled and it's difficult to determine whether a styrofoam cup sitting on someone's doorstep contains alcohol. I understand that the COVID-19 pandemic was devastating to businesses, especially in the hospitality industry. However, I don't believe that we should sacrifice public health in the form of increased underage drinking. Thank you.
Ramey Eck.
Good afternoon. Give me 1 second. Good morning, actually, or early afternoon, Delegate Davis and Dume, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Ramiak, and I'm past president and chair of the Advocacy Committee for Maryland Public Health Association. And we are here today in opposition of HB 12. I'd like you to refer you to our written testimony, given our limited time. Essentially, I encourage the committee not to pass legislation that is a reaction to an unusual situation. Were it not for COVID, this bill would not be on the table. However, should this bill move forward, we submit that it's too vague as written, and the recommendations in our and our colleagues' testimony should be considered. While this may have been written with the input of industry and the controller, who I remind you is no longer the primary alcohol regulator in our state, I remind you that when we come to testify in bills like this, it is not an us versus them situation, but a point that the public health or safety community was not consulted, nor many local liquor boards we work with who are concerned about resources for enforcement training and education, as Katie just pointed out. While it is correct that local liquor boards can write regulations to enhance state legislation and manage what is happening in their jurisdiction, each additional state level license or permit places additional burdens on their ability to regulate, enforce, and adjudicate, in addition to never having any funding attached. That is an ongoing problem. Additionally, the idea that this is like a convenience that people want now is not how we regulate alcohol. We want things like reliable transportation, healthy foods, and definitely toilet paper to be easily accessible. But there's a reason we regulate alcohol differently, as it is an addictive substance with notable potential for costly harms. While we are supportive of small business development and supportive for thriving economies to protect communities, we know that alcohol consumption during the pandemic has increased significantly, and we do not think that increasing access and consumption of alcohol is the end outcome we want to protect our businesses. Finally, even with all the other public health and safety related issues covered, we ultimately recommend a sunsetting of the allowance within 1 year after the executive order ends, coupled with appropriate resources budgeted specifically to each local jurisdiction in order to properly evaluate the service and any unintended and intended consequences. Thank you, and we urge an unfavorable report.
Elise Grossman.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to give testimony today in opposition to HB 12. I'm a Montgomery County native, and I have nearly 17 years of experience and expertise in public health policies related to alcohol, including my work at Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. However, my views today are my own. I strongly urge you to oppose this bill for two reasons: public health and data. Delegate Watson mentioned many people who were consulted in creating this bill. Public health representatives were not one of them. We know that excessive alcohol consumption is already a public health problem in our state and our country. In the US, 95,000 people die annually, making excessive alcohol consumption the fourth leading preventable cause of death. In Maryland, 1,500 people die from alcohol. Alcohol use can result in falls, burns, motor vehicle crashes, liver cirrhosis, cancer, and many more harms. Secondly, the data. Chair Davis asked, what do we know? What has been happening? What we do know is that allowing alcohol to be delivered to consumers' homes during COVID-19 has created many problems. We know that alcohol use and risky drinking behaviors have increased since the beginning of the pandemic, due in part to increased alcohol availability. We know that even though people are on the roads less due to COVID-19, the number of fatalities has increased due to drunk driving, caused in part by states allowing people to pick up alcoholic beverages from restaurants and bars, put them in their cup holder, and easily open and drink them while driving. We also know, as has been mentioned, restaurants are failing to check IDs with both alcohol to go and alcohol deliveries, making it much easier for youth to illegally access alcohol. In California, 1 out of 4 minors could successfully order an alcoholic beverage from a restaurant or bar and have it delivered. In my own county, Montgomery County, more than half of the restaurants and bars never checked for an ID when a young mystery shopper came to pick up an order containing alcohol. Although the state should be supporting our local restaurants and bars, fostering increased alcohol sales is neither a necessary nor advisable part of that strategy. We need a policy that helps our restaurants without also harming public health. This pandemic has turned our world upside down. Things change from day to day. This is not the time to be making permanent decisions that cause irreparable harm to Marylanders by changing our alcohol laws to allow alcohol to go and delivery to consumers' homes. Therefore, I strongly urge you to give this bill an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Katie Wargo. Katie Wargo. Delegate Impalaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I hope Ms. Martin is still there because it seems like she had so many answers to the questions that you were looking to. Ms. Martin, so first off, how was your study performed? And it doesn't sound like you had a dog in this fight on one side or the other. It was just reaching out to see what was really going on. Could you tell me about that?
I'd be happy to, sure. So the way that I performed my study was I reached out via email first and then followed up by phone call for a lot of enforcement agencies. But I basically just reached out and asked if any of the enforcement agencies in each of the counties across the state had done any carryout or delivery enforcement actions since Governor Hogan's executive order went into place. And then I just listened to hear what they had to say about that.
Did you take notes or take it down the information that you learned?
I did. I have it in a document, and I'm happy to reformat it and send it your way.
Yeah, I think it's very important for you to send that to us because that was a main question. And when you did this study, were you for this type of action or against this type of action, or were you just totally biased trying to gather information?
So I started out initially feeling that this should get an unfavorable report, but I don't believe I presented that bias when I was speaking with the agents.
And of course, that's important. The other speakers, I appreciate that they were opposed and they do have a position that they previously take. And I support their position and what they do. But if you could please send that information to the entire committee so we'd have a chance to look at it, because that's very important, because you did cover many of the aspects that I brought up and were my questions. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Delegate Pippi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, wasn't planning on speaking on this bill. I know that there are folks that are for and folks that are against, but I did have a question for the sponsor, Delegate Watson, and I haven't heard it mentioned. Was there any thought given to requiring the employee either at the location or delivering to be TIPS certified? And that would be maybe to answer at least some of the concerns about, over-serving, serving to a minor, checking IDs. And then the second part to that question is that, I know this is somewhat of a controversial issue, but in Maryland, we've obviously had this direct line ship, and that can be delivered through some common carriers, and there are some very specific rules as a common carrier. And one of those rules, for example, is that you're not allowed to hand alcohol to a person unless the ID matches the name of who purchased it. So for example, if somebody ordered wine online, that name has to match the ID they check at the door. And if it doesn't, they don't leave the alcohol. And so I'm not saying that that's a necessity, but I'm just wondering if there are some restrictions that could be put into the bill should it pass that would absolve some of the concerns we've heard today.
Thank you, Delegate Pippi, for those questions. I think they're valid and something that we should consider in the subcommittee discussion. The bill does require that the purchaser provide ID verifying age when the alcohol is delivered. But your point of matching it to the person who purchased it to the person, they both have to be over 21, but you're saying they have to be the same person. So that piece isn't covered in it. But the second question you bring up about TIPS certification, I'd like Mr. Thompson to just chime in here about what the restaurant is required now in terms of what is the minimum requirement for restaurants for TIP certification now, and how would it impact this component if we were to add it?
In Maryland, thank you very much, a restaurant must have at least one person on staff who is certified in responsible alcohol awareness training. Many jurisdictions require also that that person be on site during all hours that the business is open and serving alcoholic beverages. And there are some jurisdictions that have allowed for delivery that also require that delivery person to be trained and certified in alcohol awareness. And the additional requirements that local jurisdictions would likely put into place if this legislation were to pass, the legislation is drafted to allow for any additional documentation required by the local licensing authority. And so they would likely require, if they wanted to, for that delivery person to be certified as well. Many already do for delivery personnel of alcohol.
So the idea is to kind of let the local boards, if they wanted to impose more, I want to say burdensome or protective regulations, they could. And that would also include maybe requiring a delivery person or someone who works the drive-through window, so to speak, to be tip certified if they wanted to.
But we would have no problem at all adding clarifying language to this to make sure that the people who are delivering for the restaurant, their own employees, are also certified.
Okay. All right.
And I might add that many restaurants certify more than one person.
Yes.
On premise at a time. But it's a good point, and we appreciate that question. Thank you, Delegate Pippy.
And I'll just say this real quick. So in Frederick County, because it costs money to get tip certified, I know the board became trainers themselves, and they train everybody for no cost. And so that was a big support in at least Frederick, if people are worried about that. So thank you.
Delegate Mouts.
Can't hear you.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a question for Katie Martin. Katie, are you still on this? Hey.
Yes, I am.
Oh, thanks. When you said you did your study and you called around to ask local jurisdictions, what was your finding, that there was no enforcement, or what was that?
Yeah, so my finding was that there was either no enforcement or very limited enforcement.
Did you ask them why?
So it kind of came out in some of my conversations why that was happening, but basically the crux of why that was happening was because they just didn't have the bodies to go and check all of these new licensees.
Well, in my experience, enforcement for this purpose of this discussion is usually a plainclothes cadet that is underage, who looks to be overage, to go in and try to buy some goods. I don't understand, do they, because it would be easier, they could easily do this from a home and the cadet wouldn't even have to go out on the road. I think a lot of the cadets have to do overtime to do these enforcement actions. Do they discuss any of that with you?
So they did, but the nature of those kind of checks, you do also need an officer, an agent to go along with that plainclothes person. So I think that the issue there is that they just didn't have the agents to be able to accompany them.
But they just didn't do it.
Right.
Right. And then I had a question for Miss Ramey.
Yes.
You testified about bars in Montgomery County. What did you say? There was a bunch of several instances where there was underage sales going on?
So I referenced a mystery shopper program that Montgomery County performed, where they found that 55% of the locations that the mystery shopper went to did not check IDs. And so this is the one that I was aware of before. Katie has now been testifying that she's reached out to all the jurisdictions, but the one I'm aware of was in Montgomery County. And I also want to add to your previous question is that these things are very expensive also, because you have to buy the products, you have to buy the time of the person involved. As Katie pointed out, you also have to have another law enforcement officer go with them. So many counties we know are not even able to perform basic compliance checks now. So this is one more type of compliance check they would have to add on to already struggling to do some of the basic compliance checks.
Yeah, and I would flip that around for you, because in the rural areas, when they do enforcement, they usually do it on the same night. And so by the time they get down the road, there's usually a heads up that cadets are out and about. And I think the enforcement, the random enforcement at home would probably be a much more effective way to do the inspection. That's in the rural area, not Montgomery County. It's very different. And I guess so. But the question was, who had done these checks, and so it wasn't an official inspection. Was that an advocacy group that did the checks, or was that?
No, it was the Montgomery County Liquor Board. So they run their system a little, they're a control county. They run things a little bit differently, but it was an official program through their liquor division.
Right. And so this past year has been a really tough year on the hospitality industry. They have been regulated to the T as far as spacing and masking and people standing up and sitting down. And actions have been taken quickly. In certain counties, I think Montgomery County is one of them, where they've been taken very quickly. Why were any actions taken based off of this study?
So I'm very glad that you mentioned this. So this study that Katie did was only made aware of us, most recently, where we knew we wanted to find out more so we could answer questions we figured you all would bring to us. But I would say that we have not really spoken out against the executive order because we understand that there are things that we're doing to help our small businesses. So we haven't been running around saying this is a terrible idea, but this is the issue now, is do we make this an absolute permanent thing in our laws? And that's what we're opposed to, is the way it's written and the lack of the ability to actually test it and find out what's really going on. That is what we are opposed to for sure.
Right, because this is the first time I've heard of this, and it's kind of concerning that it would just pop up all of a sudden. Here we've got all this evidence that this is such a bad program. I mean, I just that is a little suspicious to me. But I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think it's best now we'll end this and let the alcohol subcommittee take this up and go another round with it. So we will declare House Bill 12 as being heard. We will now go to House Bill 994 and Delegate Chi.
All right, let me see myself first. Oh, camera. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Davis and my ECM colleagues. For the record, I'm Delegate Lily Chi, here to present HB 994. And this is certainly wonderful to follow a robust conversation on a similar topic. HB 994 extends the current governor's executive order by allowing off-premise retail alcohol license holders to continue to deliver beyond the state of emergency period. Under this bill, the retail licensees can continue to deliver beyond this period as long as they notify the local licensing board in writing of their intent to make deliveries. And such deliveries are made from their stores by the license holders or their employees. As you have heard, similar bills of extending deliveries are being proposed by my colleagues, including one for restaurants, another for breweries and wineries. The only thing beyond the scope of the current executive order in this bill is that this bill would also allow retailers to deliver beyond the border of their counties if they so choose. The arbitrary county borders, boundaries do not make sense to consumers who crave for convenience and choices. This prolonged pandemic has forced many consumers to change our shopping habits by making fewer trips. It also forces retailers to adjust their business models by investing in upgrading and e-commerce to meet the demand of online orders and deliveries. Consumers have come to appreciate and expect such services, which have worked well for both the retailers and consumers, as Chairman Davis mentioned earlier. We now have some real-time data and should continue to be available as the market demands. So with that, thank you very much. I'm going to turn to my witnesses.
Edward Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice President Dumais, and members of the committee. My name is Edward Cooper, and I am representing TFWS Inc., a Class A retailer in Towson, and Quarter Fine Wine Inc., a Class A licensee in Laurel. I'd like to thank Delegate Chi for introducing HB 994. Simply put, Delegate Chi's legislation puts customers first. During the pandemic, Maryland businesses have had to adapt their practices to meet their customers' needs and desires. And many customers have sought an alternative way to shop for beverages and other goods at their local retailer without entering the licensed premise. Last March, the governor issued an executive order that permits an off-premise retail licensee to deliver beer, wine, and spirits to its customers during the state of emergency. This legislation makes that practice permanent. We are in support of making permanent that which customers have safely availed themselves of over the past year and urge the passage of HB 994. Thank you.
Ashley Bagwell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Ashley Bagwell, here this afternoon in support of House Bill 994. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of Beltway Fine Wine and Corridor Wine and Spirits. I'd like to thank Delegate Chi for introducing this bill and for providing such a thorough discussion of what the bill does. I think Mr. Cooper and again, Delegate Chi have hit the highlights. I just want to add a couple of additional points. Prior to the pandemic, and currently there is enabling legislation on the books that does allow Class A retailers the ability to deliver if the local jurisdiction allows them to do so. As Delegate Chi and Mr. Cooper mentioned, over the course of the past year, as the result of the executive order, all retailers have been given the opportunity to deliver. And so what we are looking for in this bill is just to allow that practice to remain permanent for all licensees across the state. As Delegate Chi mentioned, in addition to making delivery permanent, this bill also does something a little different that the executive order did not do, and that's to allow retailers the opportunity to deliver outside of the jurisdiction in which they are licensed. And we would request respectfully that the committee consider this as well, as consumers don't confine their shopping to the county solely in which they reside. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude and urge a favorable report. We look forward to working with the committee and with the subcommittee on this bill. Thank you.
Bruce Bariano.
Mr. Chairman and members of the House Economic Matters Committee, good afternoon. For the record, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association to deliver alcoholic beverages. We favor Delegate Chi's legislation, and we thank her for introducing it, but we would add some amendments. You've just had a fabulous discussion on Delegate Watson's bill, which has really raised a lot of the issues that are very relevant to this as well. There will be a new normal. There will not be a normal, and the alcoholic beverage laws need to change and ultimately will change with our new society and our changes. We feel that the integrity and the importance of the liquor licensed beverage boards needs to be respected and be part of this, and that delivery should only be within the jurisdiction geographically of the licensee of the store. Secondly, the person delivering should be at least of age, if not older, and you should have some checks in the delivery, which are in the law dealing with the delivery of wines from out of state into Maryland using common carriers, having people sign for it, et cetera. I think the delivery from the product of the store, it should be restricted to the product of the store within the jurisdiction. And it should not just be the licensee. He or she is not going to go out and do deliveries themselves. And taking employees away from the store is not pragmatic either. You should allow other licensed, regulated common carriers to be able to make deliveries on behalf of the liquor store with various requirements necessary. Thank you very much. Would urge a favorable report with amendments tightening it up so that it would comply with the way alcoholic beverages are regulated here in Maryland. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Steve Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve Wise of Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association. We are signed up opposed on this legislation, and really a lot of that is based on the prior, the bill's concerns about delivery. But the difference with this bill is it leaves the local jurisdiction. And Maryland alcoholic beverages are regulated at the county level. And under this bill, a licensee in Anne Arundel County, for example, could deliver into Prince George's County, where they do not hold a license, and the liquor board in Prince George's does not have any authority over that person. We respect the fact that this bill follows the current pattern where for a package store to deliver, they have to use either the licensee or one of their employees, which we believe is the way to do it for the greatest amount of accountability. But to allow folks to start going outside of their licensed jurisdiction, we think raises some problems. And specifically, I would note that Maryland's delivery law from off-premise stores has not been the subject of any legal challenge. That is not the case in many other places across the country where certain deliveries or direct ship is allowed in state, but not for out of state. And those in those states, there have been a lot of lawsuits brought by out of state interests saying that you have to do for the out of state
Commerce
what you
clause.
do for the in state. And we're worried that this change would open the door to that kind of argument here in Maryland. There's been no difficulty for people to get alcohol from package stores by delivery under the current law, and therefore we don't think it needs to be changed. Thank you.
Jack Maloney.
Jack Maloney, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Don't want to repeat what Steve said, but we do know that some of the local subdivisions have limits on how many off-sale licenses there are. And I think this kind of flies in the face of that. For those reasons that Steve mentioned in that, we would urge an unfavorable.
Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a conversation with Mr. Wise before this hearing, and I appreciate his outreach and due diligence very much. I thought, given his testimony and given what this bill really is trying to do, which is primarily to extend the sunset of the governor's executive order, that he would come in as favorable with amendment instead of outright opposing it. Then that's the only comment I want to make.
Can I respond to that, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
So the executive order that applies to the executive order does not allow retail package stores to deliver statewide, and that's the principal difference that this bill brings into question, and it's that issue that we're opposed to. And I would in kind say I appreciate Delegate Chi's time, even though we don't see eye to eye on the bill.
Delegate Mouts.
My hand's up. I got to take it down. I apologize, Chairman.
All righty. That concludes the hearing on that bill. So we will go to House Bill 1232. Delegate Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Dumais, and members of my esteemed committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on HB 1232, alcoholic beverages, manufacturer's license, and off-premise site permits. One of the fundamental tasks facing us this session is assisting Marylanders and Maryland businesses as they struggle through the current pandemic-caused recession. HB 1232 is one piece of this effort, and it specifically addresses Maryland alcohol manufacturers. Maryland wineries, breweries, and distilleries have grown to a number of 275 businesses. They support over 8,500 direct and indirect jobs in tourism, hospitality, and manufacturing. While all are exclusively small and Maryland owned, they predominantly sell their products to Marylanders. Though growing, these businesses are a very small part of a large global market. They compete against international companies who source products from all over the world. With large ad budgets or national marketing partners, they have succeeded by having customers come directly to their Maryland facilities and buy products directly from them. As the committee knows, they are all also highly regulated. So these changes in their businesses must most often come to the legislature for approval. This makes them different from many other private sector organizations, thus limiting their ability to adopt new business practices. This lack of nimbleness can have a deleterious impact on their company's future. Certainly, COVID-19 has changed everything for the business before us today, as well as many other Maryland employers. Luckily, in the midst of the pandemic, the governor used his emergency powers to relax critical restrictions. This allowed Marylanders, breweries, distilleries, and wineries to still reach Maryland customers, even without having anyone visit their facilities. In response, these businesses pivoted and invested in innovative approaches to customers, some of which you will hear about today. They have quite literally done everything they can to save their businesses. But in the process, they have transferred themselves from being hosts at their facilities to being direct to consumer providers of highly specialized products. Knowing that the pandemic will eventually end, these businesses will face even more uncertainty. Will the investments they made in their personal delivery and shipping be wiped out when the state emergency ends? Will their customers who have received the enhanced service of to-the-door delivery ever return to the wineries, distilleries, and the breweries at the pre-COVID rate, which formed the bedrock of their businesses? These 275 Maryland businesses cannot predict the future. HB 1232, in an attempt to give them some certainty and provide a roadmap for how Maryland will regulate their businesses moving forward. In order to account for the new realities facing the industry, HB 1232 proposes to maintain the authority these manufacturers have been given to ship and deliver their product directly to Maryland consumers. It removed previous caps on the amount of each off-premise sale for the select licensees, and the cap applies too. It standardizes the process for them to attend off-site events like farmers markets and state fairs. It also clarifies unintentional conflict in statutory language. The committee has played a crucial role in creating a regulatory framework that has allowed Maryland alcohol manufacturers to grow. I believe that growth is at risk. I also believe that if we miss this moment to provide certainty in order to allow the current innovation and investments to continue, we will look back and wonder how did the growth stop? I'm told that there are a number of new manufacturing businesses in the active planning stages, including 17 new wineries. I want to see this kind of local manufacturing grow and succeed. I believe that HB 1232 can play a critical role in the vision. The current situation has created an incredible amount of uncertainty for these businesses. So we must act or risk losing years of expansion and growth. For that reason, I request a favorable report. And Mr. Chair, if you will, I'd like Brad Rifkin to be our first person to make comments.
Sure. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, good afternoon at this point. For the record, Brad Rifkin on behalf of the 275 small Maryland businesses that make up the Brewers Association of Maryland, the Maryland Wineries Association, and the Maryland Distillers Guild. Here today in support of House Bill 1232, and I want to thank Delegate Brooks for introducing it. To be clear, my clients, already have off-premise rights built into their statewide licensees. So the focus of this legislation is to codify the additional off-premise channels granted by way of executive order at the onset of the crisis, namely employee delivery, direct shipment using a common carrier like FedEx, and the repeal of certain to-go limits that only apply to a select number of our licenses. Members of the committee, I can assure you the associations I represent wish they weren't before you today. With more than half of the industry seeing a 40% drop in sales over the last year, despite the availability of these privileges, they're here because they need the statutory certainty. As this committee can attest, expanding the sales capabilities at our facilities rather than off-premise has been the focal point of recent legislation. And that's for good reason. It's the tap rooms and tasting rooms that brand the product and create the margins that allow for the reinvestment in people and infrastructure across the state. Yet last March, tap rooms and tasting rooms shut. And while some reopened, albeit partially, the vast majority show no signs of returning to normal anytime soon. Notably, 65% of the industry said their on-premise sales dropped by more than 50% over the last year. But the industry has resolve, it is tough, and it has a chance to persevere thanks to the consumer demand for these off-premise privileges. So we're asking the committee to pivot with us and to allow the businesses to keep Marylanders employed and your constituents safe, to support business owners that invested for these new delivery channels during an economic crisis. But most importantly, to provide business owners with a clear and predictable path forward under a uniform set of statewide rules, at least for the foreseeable future. As I conclude, I want to thank the representatives of the wholesalers and retailers for the productive conversations to date. And I remain confident that we'll find a way to ensure the breweries, wineries, and distilleries remain local and regional economic engines well beyond the end of this crisis. And therefore, we respectfully request a favorable on the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah Healy.
Thank you, Chairman Davis. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Healy, and I'm the president of the Brewers Association of Maryland. Our association is here in lockstep with the Maryland Distillers Guild and the Maryland Wineries Association in support of House Bill 1232. Many thanks to Delegate Brooks for his leadership on this effort. To start, I want to thank this committee for all of the hard work that you've done for the craft beer industry and craft alcohol manufacturers over the years. As Mr. Rifkin said earlier, we wish we were not here today, but unfortunately, we are in a historic struggle to survive. I don't have much to add that hasn't already been said about why this legislation is important to my industry colleagues. The need to preserve the off-premise sale channels for the foreseeable future should speak for itself, given the well-documented impact that COVID-19 has had on the industries which rely heavily on in-person visitation. For us, losing the direct-to-consumer revenue of the tap room and the ability to brand our products to those visitors turned our businesses upside down overnight. So when the privileges before you were granted by way of executive order, we had no choice but to do a 180 with our business plans. And that 180 does not just keep our businesses alive, it also keeps Marylanders safe. So as this crisis continues with the effect that may be everlasting, please understand the reason we are here asking for these off-premise delivery capabilities to be codified. Passing this bill gives us the ability to plan our businesses into the future with some sense of comfort and certainty, no different than any other businesses. Simply put, living month to month with these provisions is frightening to our members. We have no way of knowing when our customers will be confident enough to return to our tap rooms in the manner they frequented them pre-pandemic. And as this committee knows, our businesses represent exactly what we want in Maryland. Marylanders hiring Marylanders to manufacture and sell locally made products right here in this state. Therefore, in recognition of the profound effect this pandemic has had on our businesses to date, the importance of these provisions to keep the industry viable, and the uncertainty moving forward, we respectfully request that this committee give favorable report to House Bill 1232. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Wyndon.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jamie Wyndon, and I am the president of the Maryland Distillers Guild, and I am the founder of Lion Rum Distillery in St. Michael's. And I truly appreciate this committee's continued focus and attention on assisting Maryland small businesses. And I'm incredibly thankful for this support from Delegate Brooks on this critical legislation. This pandemic has forced our businesses to adapt and innovate in ways that we never anticipated. For distillers in Maryland, this went far beyond simply having our tasting rooms shut down. It also included making an overnight switch to the production of sanitizing alcohol, devoting all of our time and resources to supplying our first responders in critical need for months. As we came back online to focus on producing world-class spirits, it was clear that consumer demands had to be met in new ways. Our customers, your constituents, now desire that our products be delivered safely to their doorsteps rather than visiting our tasting rooms that were previously relied on for bustling business. In response to this new economy and under executive orders issued in April of last year, distillers invested in new off-premise sales channels to do business in an entirely new way. At Lion, we launched an online store and purchased a transport van in order to fulfill home delivery to the fullest extent possible. It should be noted that our distillery and tasting room is in a historic mill building with lack of central air and ventilation concerns. Therefore, we have prioritized keeping people safe by continuing to stay closed to the public since March 14th of last year. The majority of my fellow alcohol manufacturers have had to pivot and invest in new ways and systems to effectively offer delivery via our own employees. This demonstrates both a commitment to commerce and employee retention. The legislation before you today does two very important things that are much needed. It protects Maryland employers and helps Maryland employees. It has proven in the last 11 months that this track record allows us to sell our products safely and responsibly. So we're simply asking you to allow us to continue with some sense of certainty. Allow us to recoup on these investments we've made in Maryland. And whenever this pandemic ends, we know we will not be able to just flip a switch and go back to normal. We believe consumer consumption patterns may take years to normalize if they ever return to the way they used to be. So for all of these reasons and many more, the Maryland distillers ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1232. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Judy Crow.
Hey, I think I'm up. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Judy Crow, and I'm here today as the president of the Maryland Wineries Association. I appreciate this committee's willingness to improve provisions governing our industry in a manner that supports Maryland's small business, many in rural areas. We also want to thank Delegate Brooks for his support for our industry. Our segment of the industry resides largely in agricultural areas, and our locations require customers to drive quite a distance to experience our products. With customers still wary of visiting, our industry was forced to alter how we sell our products, and many in the industry opt to deliver directly to consumers while their tasting rooms were closed. Loyal farm winery customers have reported to us that it is a connection with their local winery, and it's so important for them. The customer feels they are doing their part to sustain the family farm by purchasing wine produced there. Delivery directly to the customer remains a critical component of our industry sales and should be continued to accommodate citizens' ongoing concerns about visiting our businesses. In 2011, wineries were granted the ability to ship their products directly to customers. We were told that the wholesale industry may have some concerns with this new ability for farm wineries. However, we have not found this to be true. We need our wholesale accounts for, as I mentioned, someone from Baltimore could come over here to the Eastern Shore, visit our farm winery, taste our wines, and when they go back to Baltimore, we say, we can tell you where you can find our wines in liquor stores in the Baltimore area. It is not an easy undertaking to ship to customers. It requires investing in proper compliance software, shipping materials, contracts with common carriers, and detailed reporting. Our brewery and distillery colleagues were granted the ability in June and quickly adapted and invested in this new sales channel, which has helped them keep afloat throughout the crisis. We stand with our industry colleagues to request the authority remain, allowing them flexibility and diversity of sales that we have experienced. We are asking you to consider the concern and angst that uncertainty brings to our small businesses. Our businesses need the ability to continue building and supporting these sales channels, not knowing when our customers will be willing to return to regular activity. For all these reasons, the Maryland Winery Association asks for favorable report for House Bill 1232. Thank you for your time today.
Kevin Addicks.
Good day, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Kevin Addicks with Grow and Fortify, serving as Executive Director of the Maryland Wineries Association, the Brewers Association of Maryland, and the Maryland Distillers Guild. I'd like to address components of this bill that were part of consensus legislation that was passed last year by the Senate and simply ran out of time in the truncated session. First, the bill strikes the individual off-site permits for breweries, wineries, and distilleries, and creates a unified off-site permit bringing parity to the three industries. This is necessary as many of our manufacturers begin adding different licenses to diversify their product lines. The new permit allows them to uniformly market all of their products at festivals and at farmers markets. Next, the bill clarifies language in the Class 5 brewery and Class 8 farm brewery licenses that have caused confusion and consternation in county and planning and zoning offices over the years. In lieu of inconsistent references to a brewery promotional event permit, the bill creates a new brewery special event permit available to both licensees. It simply recodifies existing privileges in a clearer manner. Finally, the bill offers technical fixes from the Brewery Modernization Act of 2019, which we all worked so hard to get passed, that we and our industry colleagues all agree must be addressed. Given what's occurring in the hospitality and tourism industry due to the ongoing crisis, this is the single most important legislation we've brought to this committee. It provides a lifeline by extending emergency provisions until our producers and their customers are willing and able to again make use of the many advancements that you've championed over the past few years to market and sell our own products for both on and off-premise consumption. With that, and on behalf of the entire industry of alcohol manufacturers, we request your favorable consideration of HB 1232. Thank you.
Pat Roddy. Pat Roddy.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Pat Roddy, and I'm here today representing all three of the associations that you have heard from previously. I have two short points, and then I'm available mainly to answer questions, Mr. Chairman. First is I want to make sure that the committee knows that these are statewide licenses that are regulated by the new Alcohol and Tobacco Commission, which the legislature created and which has been up and running since January 1st. And secondly, I want to make sure that to echo the chairman's points from earlier on the previous bill, one of the previous bills, that these three associations have been operating with the expanded privileges under the governor's executive orders since March. And to date, there have been very few. We have been reported that there have only been 2 instances where there have been violations of Maryland law based on the expansion of these privileges from these Maryland manufacturers. So the track record since March has been clear that there has been a strict adherence to the law by the majority of these businesses that are now using delivery and shipping to get their products to Maryland consumers. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm available to answer any questions along with the rest of the proponents.
Bob Douglas. If you're there, Bob, you need to.
I am. I was just turning everything back on. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee, and Delegate Brooks, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to address the bill. First, let me state, as a representative of the licensed beverage distributors of Maryland, we're very sympathetic and understanding of the financial issues that their industries face. And we're not opposed to helping them, which is why we worked with the governor's office on the executive orders. However, we don't think a temporary fiscal problem should require a permanent solution. And that's why we're concerned about the bill, HB 1232. We favor a lot of provisions of the bill, but we do not favor the provisions which would eliminate two of the tiers of the three-tier system. As you know, the regulatory system is one that enables there to be checks and balances within the alcohol industry. Maryland's regarded as a role model for the rest of the state in its regulatory system. And that's because you have three levels of examination of the sale and distribution of alcohol. In fact, the system overall has been praised by the Supreme Court and lower federal courts as, quote, unquestionably legitimate because it serves valid health, safety, and regulatory interests. Not to echo the comments said earlier by the public health experts, but we're concerned that you take away two of the tiers of the three-tier system. You, in effect, gut it by eliminating wholesalers and retailers in the distribution of beer, wine, and spirits. That what you do is you open up the state to trouble that the three-tier system has been successful in Maryland of preventing. For example, we catch tampered products, so you don't read about those problems here as you do elsewhere, bootleg whiskey, and tax cheats. What does the state receive in return for a permanent abolition of those two tiers? Probably a highly likelihood of tampered goods, just like the tainted bottles of alcohol you read about elsewhere. Increased opportunity for bootleg operations, as well as questionable tax collection procedures. As you know, the wholesalers collect the excise tax and the retailers collect the sales tax. In the current system, there are also many people employed to inspect the bottles, the boxes, account for the required taxes, track on paper the flow of every drop of alcohol in the state to our citizens and people who graduate from mandatory alcohol awareness programs to prevent sales to people who are drunk. Basically, it's not worth abandoning the three-tier system to enable people to get through this pandemic and overcome their financial problems. We understand that during the pandemic and that it will go on beyond the emergency, but we don't think applying a permanent solution is appropriate. So we asked the committee to amend the bill so that Maryland's praised three-tier system is maintained to protect the health, safety, and welfare of all Marylanders. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're available for any questions that the committee may have at any point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go one more. You know what? Let me go questions and then I'll get back. Delegate Charkoudian, Delegate Impalaria, and then I'll get the last few witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question earlier. Maybe I'll try to ask both of them. The question, first, thank you all for your work on this. And we try to figure out like what adjustments that were made by businesses ought to be permanent or semi-permanent. I've spoken to a lot of breweries and also to farm breweries and wineries. And I guess there's sort of two questions that I have. Earlier, there was testimony that there was going to be a request, I think it was on this bill, to make this temporary instead of permanent. It sounds like maybe that would just be for parts of it. It's my sense that you probably made some pretty major investments. That there's sort of two parallel issues that we need to think about. One is like, will people go back to normal? How long will it take for people to go back to normal? And the second is about the investments that you made into and I don't even fully know what all the investments are, but I guess it's software and possibly trucks and infrastructure and other things. And so I guess I'm just wondering if you've thought through, if this were to be temporary, realistically, what kind of a time frame would allow you to recoup those investments and potentially allow us to be realistic about when you may be able to have enough business coming back to the farm. I think that second one we may not know, but I think there's going to be a request that we make this temporary, it sounds like. So now I guess Brad or members of the associations, I don't know.
Yeah, Delegate, that's a great question. I'm not so sure, the members that we represent are ever going to recoup the losses that they've seen here. And I don't know when they'd be able to recoup on the investments. Some of them have invested in trucks, as you pointed out, and canning lines and software and other infrastructure in order to get through this time and utilize these particular channels. But I think we understand if it's the will of the committee right now not to make things permanent, while we would certainly like that to be the case, we respect the will of the committee to make sure that we continue to have the right to do these things, at least for the foreseeable future, and that any sunset, if you will, that you're talking about, not toll until after the end of the state of emergency, which is what we're kind of talking about now with respect to not knowing when that's going to be, and having business owners have the right to sort of have the ability to plan ahead and really have that extended runway to see where the consumer demand goes. So I think for those reasons, that will be left up to the committee to make a decision.
Okay, I guess if as we're making that, it would be helpful to know, to have a sense of sort of return on investment issues, as well as, I mean, none of us know what's going to happen with behavior, so we all have to do our best guess on that. But I'm also just thinking if people made major investments to do this, and so thank you for that. And the second question was to Mr. Douglas. You were, I was trying to read the bill while you were talking, and I guess my question is about, I think we do have direct wine shipment right now in the state, is that right? I seem to recall when Jamie Raskin kind of made that change. It was before I was elected, but it was a big deal in my district. So we have direct wine shipment. And so I'm not sure that I'm following what's different with the wine shipment that became available now for the smaller Maryland wineries. Why would we make that temporary as opposed to folding that into the direct wine shipment that's sort of currently part of what's available in the state?
Well, what this bill asks basically is that anyone who manufactures beer, wine, or spirits or produces can have a direct delivery to a residence. And the problem there is not just that it would affect the 3 people there in a permanent solution to a temporary problem, but it opens the door, because the Supreme Court has said you can't differentiate in how you treat manufacturers. You can't give certain privileges to a state manufacturer and not grant the same privileges to an out-of-state manufacturer. So, for example, we have Guinness in Baltimore County, and they certainly would be allowed to perform under this bill as such. But what's to keep Anheuser-Busch, Coors, Gallo from suing to then be able to do the same thing? So whereas it may look like a temporary solution, it may actually open the door to a major problem for manufacturers.
Sorry, yeah, I think I understood that point. My question was about wine in particular, but I thought wine was different because there's I thought wine was different because there already is direct shipment from across the country. And so, so I hear what you're saying about your concerns about the others. I guess I'm asking about wine. I don't know. Pat, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, if I might, Delegate. First of all, the manufacturers in Maryland already do functions in all 3 tiers. So in addition to being manufacturers, all of them are allowed to also distribute to retail outlets, in addition to the fact that they are able to sell directly to consumers. So to Mr. Douglas's point, this committee and this legislature have created exceptions to the 3-tiered system for the Maryland alcohol manufacturers, and they have authority to do all of those different functions. In fact, they also are the tax collectors, and they also keep scrupulous accounting of the alcohol that they manufacture. Back to Mr. Wise's point on Delegate Watson's bill, this area of law in the federal realm is very unsettled. A recent case in Michigan, which found that was denied cert by the Supreme Court, Federal Circuit found that Michigan could ban out-of-state retailers from delivering products to Michigan residents. And the Supreme Court denied cert, so that now stands as the law in that circuit. This area of law is not as settled as you would think. And even though there would be cases brought, it is uncertain whether the exception to the 3-tiered system that you've already made and the exceptions which are asked for in this bill would be challengeable by out-of-state manufacturers or out-of-state retailers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Impalaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I have a couple questions for you. Number one, these last three bills, these are all emergency regulations that we're living under created by the governor. Is that not correct?
Is that for me, Delegate Implarian?
No, this is for the Chairman Davis. The last three bills are all emergency regulations created by the governor, and they're not existing law, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Has our committee or the alcohol subcommittee had any role played with the governor's office in creating any of this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Is there anyone here from the governor's office or the comptroller's office to give testimony or discuss how all this came about?
They're not signed up on the witness list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill specifically addresses increases in barrel limits, and didn't we just do that and have, kind of a row about it, about because we were coming up against barrel limits, and now we're coming up, and then we're coming back for more barrel limits, and then we were back, and then I think there was some assurances that we won't be back for more barrel limits, and then the bill specifically addresses barrel limits. So does anybody want to weigh in on?
We're going to let Kevin or Brad take that.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. It's a good question, Delegate. The barrel limits that we're talking about, that you're referencing, deal with the on-premise limits, which I testified to, that had been the focus of the industry for a long time. Increasing the amount you could sell on-premise, increasing the production limits on-premise. And obviously the pandemic, now that it's here, has changed everything for the industry. Whereas we're not seeing people show up on premise anymore. We're not seeing people visit the breweries and the wineries and the distilleries. So had we had the anticipation that this would occur, we certainly would have revisited those particular off-premise limits that you're talking about. But the off-premise limitation on to-go sales as it relates to certain licenses, right? So not all licenses within the alcohol industry and the manufacturing tier even have a cap on how much you can sell to go. The class 5 breweries, for instance, they have a 288 ounce limit, which is one case of beer, as to what they can sell to go. A class 1 distillery has 3 bottles of distilled spirits they can sell to go. All the other classes,
per customer per transaction, right? So somebody can make a transaction, then make a transaction, and make a transaction.
They could theoretically do that, but what we've seen is because we have lost almost, for some of our members, 100% of their on-premise sales. Jamie Winden testified she closed her entire tasting room. This has enabled them to drive around the state. And when someone decides to order 6 bottles of her particular product, or a brewery's got 4 or 5 cases someone wants to order 50 miles away. Our members are so desperate that they are driving around the state to deliver those products. So that's why in the executive orders that the limits were repealed, and that's why we think moving forward they should be. So again, the delegate's question earlier about how long this lasts, we can have that discussion, but for right now, we are certainly asking that those limits be repealed.
So you're open to a sunset on the barrel extension?
We're open to all discussions that the committee wants to have with respect to this. But we certainly do not believe that the limits that are in place right now in law that have been repealed by the executive order should be the way moving forward. We need to, revisit that particular conversation. We're happy to do it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I add one quick point to that?
Sure.
Thank you. Delegate Howard, you may also be referencing the last couple pages of the bill, which strike the barrel limits on distribution and production. And those actually were just references that we missed last year. So that's bringing the rest of the code up to the provisions that we agreed to and passed last year. There were just some references that in the harried, or excuse me, 2 years ago in the harried session trying to get the Modernization Act passed, we missed all the references to 45,000 barrels and 5,000 barrels. So that's just a cleanup.
I don't think so. It's specifically referencing specifically the bill authorizes, this is out of the fiscal note, specifically the bill authorizes the sale of up to 5,000 barrels of beer, parentheses, instead of 3,000 barrels of beer under current law, which is what I'm talking about, what we were going back and forth over, at wholesale each year. additionally a class, okay. But
This
no-
was just cleaning up, Delegate, if I may, this was just cleaning up some of the language that we all agreed upon in the Modernization Act. And we missed, because alcohol law is so vast, we missed a few sections that had those same numbers that were put in it. So we just made it uniform. We worked that language out last year with the wholesalers and the retailers.
all right, I think we're going to hear from some other witnesses. So, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Yes, on the question that was just asked by Delegate Howard and Mr. Addicks responded, there are aspects of this bill from last year which were agreed to. The bill just didn't make it through the process. There may be some minor clarifications that need to happen there, but the substance of that we previously agreed to. The issues in this bill, and our position is support with amendment, specifically putting a time limit on it, relate to the new provisions, and that is unlimited off-premise sales, delivery, and specifically the direct ship. Mr. Roddy mentioned earlier a recent case out of Michigan, and he's right, that dealt with retailers and their ability to ship in a state. That law is unclear, and that's what I mentioned when we talked about House Bill 12 and House Bill 944. What is crystal clear, and that the Supreme Court decided about 15 years ago, was that as to manufacturers, like at issue here, what you do for them in state has to be done for manufacturers out of state, to Mr. Douglas's point. So you pass this bill and make it permanent is tantamount to saying every manufacturer in the country can do those same things in Maryland. We have serious concerns about that. The executive order has not been challenged on that front because it was temporary. And I think if you enact a short-term piece of legislation on this front, you'll probably avoid a challenge for the same reason. But if you make it permanent, which is our principal issue with the bill, the old phrase, you don't have to make a federal case out of it. Somebody's going to make a federal case out of it. I promise you that. Thank you.
Nick Manis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nick Manis, and I'm here representing the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. The association is made up of 22 members, the majority of which are family-owned. They employ over 1,400 Maryland citizens throughout the state. And we are here in support of the bill with amendments. You heard Mr. Wise. We appreciate the Delegate Brooks and the supporters of this legislation sitting down with us. Specifically, the bill that did not make it through last year, which was a cleanup to the bill that you passed in 2018, providing more relief to the brewers as far as self-distribution limits and special events permits. That was a cleanup bill and one which we could agree on. The additional options or requests, what they're asking for in this legislation, would make the executive order privileges that were granted under this pandemic permanent. The specific ones being eliminating the amount they can serve at special events, not only deliver, but farmers markets with no limitation, and also use third party to deliver these products statewide, which they can do now under the executive order. But in conversation and as we know, these asks would not be here if it wasn't for the pandemic. And the pandemic hopefully will go away sooner rather than later, as we can tell by the openings that are occurring throughout the state. And granted, as far as breweries, their tap rooms were closed because they had to be closed. So what the brewers also have the advantage of that the on-premise retailers didn't. If you recall, you passed bills over the past few years that would increase the amount of self-distribution breweries can do to retailers. And the reason for that was so they could sell more of their product in packaged goods stores and use the tap rooms and their bar areas to increase brand awareness. Now, granted, their brand awareness from their tap room has disappeared, but they can still go and do home delivery through the retailer, which that's one of the reasons you increase self-distribution. So, Mr. Chairman, I know my time is up, but we're looking forward to continuing to work with the groups of interest here and the alcohol subcommittee, and hopefully come to some resolution that would allow continued prosperity in this industry. Thank you very much.
Jack Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Ditto.
Good job, Jack. Bruce Bariano.
Mr. Chairman, members of the House Economic Matters Committee, the word ditto is not my vocabulary, unfortunately, but I'll be very brief. I subscribe, I work with Bob Douglas. We support this bill with an amendment. Need to understand that what this bill does is it affects beer, wine, and liquor. It's not just a wine bill. And it means that those who manufacture beer and liquor and distribute it, the whole system will be destroyed by this legislation. Because if you can have direct delivery to consumers, you're not going to have tiered systems. You're not going to have the checks and balances. We're dealing with alcohol, as everyone knows from previous bill discussions, and proper tax collection. Everyone's going to be impacted. If you pass this bill and allow such direct distribution, it's going to adversely affect the liquor stores. So while you're trying to allegedly help the supporters of this bill, you're going to hurt the packaged goods stores. So you're not creating a betterment of the economy. You're hurting one to try to help one other. And really making this permanent, at best, it should be limited for a period of time. And that is it. The bill has a lot of dangers if something like this is made permanent from a regulatory standpoint and adversely economically impacting packaged goods stores and distributors. Thank you very much.
I think you're on mute, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Brooks, you might have to take over.
Okay.
Hey, Brooks, I saw Crosby had a question.
Okay, so we'll go to questions. Delegate Crosby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mariano, just a question. You know, I'm not super versed in alcohol laws, but having sat on this committee now for 3 years, I mean, did direct wine put you out of business? Like, I'm just kind of confused. I mean, it feels like you're making this argument that, oh, the world is going to end if this is enacted. And yet I think there's already somewhat of precedent when direct wine was enacted that didn't put you out of business. So, I mean, can you just confirm that it didn't put you out of business?
Delegate Crosby, the direct wine law deals with out-of-state wine. The quantity that can be shipped into the state of Maryland is very limited. You have to register with the comptroller's office. You have to use a common carrier, and the delivery has to be signed by and make sure the person receiving it is of age. So it's very limited. And it was limited because there was.
Well, hold on a sec. Why can't we just set up similar regulatory structure around this, and then it would be almost comparable to direct wine? I mean, if
Delegate, very respectfully, if you owned a packaged goods store, you'd be very adversely impacted by that. You know, you have made investments. You are maintaining a retail facility, and direct stuff sounds good and everything, but you're affecting retailers. and the people that work for the retailers.
I mean, respectfully, Mr. Bariano, I think you can set up a very similar regulatory structure around this, and it would probably be the exact same result as direct wine, but I'll let it go. Thank you.
All right, Delegate Howard was next.
No, but I would just say, Bruce, I mean, the point is that we don't have a regulatory structure set up around this, and this bill in effect would cripple, like you said.
All right, thank you. Delegate Aaron's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bruce, back to something you said, and back when I was in the restaurant business, I was trying to add taps to my bar. I wanted to get all the taps because people were going to drink beer. And a pretty bright guy in that industry told me, made a statement to me. He says, you know, you're not going to sell necessarily more beer here. You're just going to have more variety, but people will only drink, if they come into your bar to drink 10 beers, they're going to drink 10 beers and go home, whether it's this beer or that beer. And to your point about taking from one business to benefit another, that becomes a bit of an issue when you're working within a system such as we have in Maryland. So I would lean to agree with you on the bill. Thank you. Is that so, or whatever?
Okay. Delegate Crosby, do you have another question?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1232, and we will move to House Bill 996. If I got the right number? Yes, 996, sorry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, I am Delegate Lily Chi, proudly representing Montgomery County. I'm here to present HB 996. My laptop literally crashed 2 days ago. It's in repair shop right now. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the volume of emails I have received on this bill. So let me first explain what this bill actually does or doesn't do. There are two major components to this bill. HB 996 is called the Healthy Food Accountability Act of 2021 for a good reason. This bill's primary purpose is to make healthy food accessible to our communities, which is why I proudly cross-filed this bill with Senator Cory McCray of Baltimore City. This bill creates a market incentive for fresh grocers to operate in underserved communities by requiring the local county alcohol licensing boards to issue beer or beer and wine licenses to retailers that meet the certain two criteria. One is it must be a fresh grocer, which is defined in this bill. And the second is it must be willing to locate and operate in the priority funding area, PFA, which typically overlaps with food deserts as designated by the Department of Housing and Community Development. These new licensees will have to pay an annual state licensing fee of $2,500, which will be collected by the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission and directed to DHCD's Community Legacy Financial Assistance Fund to help address food desert issue. Why is this bill needed? Because we all know food desert is a serious public health crisis. Despite Maryland's relative high income compared to other states, a significant portion of our communities lack access to fresh food. And it's not just limited to low-income communities or in urban communities. In fact, 12% of rural communities are in food deserts, including one that I represent in District 15 called Poolsville, where the lack of population density means they are being discriminated against when it comes to access to fresh food and other basic needs and services. Grocery is a very high-risk business with very, very thin, razor-thin profit margin, as everybody mentioned before, in reference to other similar businesses, of just 2% on average nationally, to the surprise of most people. With this bill, we are creating a new economic development tool that can help bring grocery stores, which are often important anchors to community revitalization and development, to more communities. So far, whatever we have done on this issue has not worked very well in addressing the food desert issue. So when I was working for DC Economic Development, a major focus was attracting grocery stores. But in the state of Maryland, a state that is mostly suburban and rural, we have largely taken grocery stores for granted, and it has not been a high priority as an economic development strategy. With the creation of this incentive and this fund, we hope to expand our toolbox and move the needle on this issue. Beyond that, this bill simply allows the local county licensing boards to issue alcohol licenses as they see fit. It does not take away any of their authorities in that regard. Lifting this decades-old ban does not mean local county licensing boards will all of a sudden want to hand out these licenses left and right with no regard to their community's well-being or market dynamic. Maryland is a state with very strong local county governments, as we all know. Alcohol establishments are subject to local zoning laws and many other regulatory restrictions, not to mention community pushbacks. This bill simply empowers the counties to make such decisions without putting a categorical state ban on grocers. I know this is the part that some people are concerned about, but think for a second for the consumers. Maryland is not in line with the vast majority of the nation in allowing consumers to buy beer and wine in their grocers. We're only one of 3 states that have such ban for the beer and one of 10 states that have such ban on wine. Marylanders, on the other hand, overwhelmingly support being able to buy beer and wine from their local grocery stores. The current market dynamic is confusing, is unfair, and is consumer unfriendly. Gradual opening of the Maryland market will bring more choices, better pricing, and encouraging Marylanders to buy in-state. Maryland has a sophisticated consumer base. A healthy, matured market can support both grocery stores, who tend to carry the most common brands, and the independent stores, who can be more nimble in responding to their local market's taste by carrying more locally produced brands or specialty brands to meet their niche, as many of them are already doing. We all know Maryland's alcohol laws are antiquated. So the question is when and how we want to embrace that change and put consumers first. This bill takes a very measured, sensible approach to lifting the ban. Senator McCray and I have been working painstakingly for months on this so that it would not be massively disruptive to the current market. By giving the local county boards almost all the authority to determine licensure as they do now, with the only exception of incentivizing those fresh grocers willing to operate in food deserts. While I truly appreciate the many emails that my office and probably many of my ECM colleagues have received, it is clear that the people who sent those opposing emails have reacted based not on what this bill actually says or does, but what they were led to believe this bill would mean to their businesses. We have absolutely no intention of hurting independent package stores, especially because I know many of them are, like me, immigrants, and many of them are immigrant-owned, and this is simply their means of making a living and supporting their families. In fact, my other bill, HB 994, would allow independent retailers to continue to deliver beyond the state of emergency period, even though, ironically, some of them also have concerns about cross-county delivery. The bottom line is Maryland's alcohol laws are changing, and this pandemic has accelerated that. This bill rewards risk-taking by incentivizing businesses to locate in food deserts where others shy away or have pulled out. If any retailers, whether they are currently carrying alcohol licenses or not, are willing to consider going into the food desert areas and start carrying fresh produce, then we would encourage them to do that. To be clear, this bill is designed to increase the profit margin of the grocers, not to use alcohol to substitute healthy eating. To suggest that communities that crave for fresh food in their neighborhoods, especially those that have been oversaturated with liquor stores, will somehow skip the healthy food option and opt instead for beer and wine when both are made available to them is really underestimating Marylanders' ability to make good choices for themselves. And with everything in life, it's easy to oppose and harder to come up with good solutions. We think this bill is very sensible by updating our state's alcohol laws for the 21st century marketplace while providing a new tool to address a public health crisis. Finally, this bill requires and evaluation by the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission to look into women and minority participation in retail off-sale alcoholic beverages industry to determine disparity and whether there is a need for any remedial measures. It sounds like a similar idea to what was proposed by Delegate Darrell Barnes earlier today. So we'll be happy to collaborate on that front. And with that, thank you very much. I would respectfully request if Katie Locklear of the Maryland Retailers Association could be the next to testify. Thank
Sure.
you.
So there is a panel of proponents, and I think we'll go through the panelists, and then we'll go to questions. So Ms. Locklear, you're next.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association in strong support of this legislation. We created the Maryland Alcohol Choice Coalition, comprised of industry and consumers at the end of last year, that now has over 13,000 Marylanders signed up to help change the chain store prohibition, with almost 7,000 of them having contacted you all to date. Polling over the years only shows increases in Maryland consumer support, but the numbers are overwhelming, with support soaring to almost 80% in rural areas of the state. Maryland, as you heard earlier, for the record, is only one of actually 4 states where you cannot buy beer in a grocery store. We commissioned an economic analysis study you have in written testimony, and that firm is testifying today to answer any specific questions. But contrary to the narrative by package stores you'll soon hear, this does not put them out of business. The study looked at the most recent states, Colorado and Oklahoma, in order to predict impact, and it just doesn't show closures. Our neighbor to the north in Pennsylvania is a great example as well. When supermarkets began selling beer in Pennsylvania, existing beer retailers said again the sky would fall and they'd be devastated. But this was again unfounded. And as the Pennsylvania Supreme Court commented, the number of active beer licensees actually remains steady. Competition leads to lower costs and greater variety. And with all normal goods, lower costs equate to higher sales. To help alleviate food desert issues and concerns about opening Maryland all the way up, which we understand, our bill is written to strategically stabilize, retain, and attract food retailers to priority funding areas where these licenses would be available. The bottom line is that consumers have been loud and clear. They want convenience, more choice, better pricing, food deserts addressed, and in the wake of COVID, they do not want to have to make multiple stops to limit their exposure. We urge a favorable report, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
All right, Michael Wilson.
Good afternoon, Michael Wilson, representing the 25,000 members of the United Food and Commercial Workers, Locals 427 here in Maryland. They've been working on the front lines of this ongoing pandemic in grocery, retail, food distribution, food processing, law enforcement, and healthcare. We strongly support HB 996 and urge you to vote it favorably. This bill will be a revenue generator for the state, as discussed, for important issues regarding food deserts at a time when Maryland needs it, but it will also create hundreds of new, well-paid, family-supporting union jobs. Our economy needs a boost, and expanding beer and wine sales to chain grocery stores like Giant, Safeway, and Shoppers, where our members work, will help drive a much-needed recovery and keep Maryland in a strong economic position going forward. This bill provides a real opportunity for the state to create up to 300 full-time jobs for our members. These will be union jobs with family-sustaining wages and benefits that will increase our tax base and strengthen our communities and our state for the long term. It is time for Maryland to join neighboring states and the District of Columbia in allowing beer and wine sales in chain grocery stores. It will continue our economic recovery, generate revenue, and most importantly, employ hundreds of residents in good family-sustaining jobs. UFCW Locals 27 and 400 both urge a favorable vote on House Bill 996. Thank you.
Thank you. John Dunham.
Good afternoon to delegates and members of the committee. My name is John Dunham, and I'm managing partner of the economic consulting firm John Dunham & Associates. I've been studying the beverage alcohol industry for over 25 years and testified as an expert witness in many hearings and court trials. My firm was, I'm here today to present the results of an analysis that my firm was commissioned to do for the Maryland Retailers Association, examining the food and alcohol retailing industries of the state and how opening up beer and wine sales for additional food retailers would benefit the economy. The results of our analysis found that by opening up beer and wine licenses to more food retailers, the state would see a net increase of about 192.9 million in sales, the bulk of which would actually be increased beer sales. This would lead to an increase of about 760 retailing jobs and a total of 24.2 million in additional tax revenues, including state sales taxes and excise taxes and state and local business taxes. Once the multiplier effects are taken into account, the state should see an increase of about 1,070 jobs. Now, our analysis is not just from thin air. It's based on historical information from states that passed similar measures to rationalize their beverage alcohol laws. When Colorado did it, they saw a growth of about 7.5% in sales. And to note, that state still has 10 of the 100 largest package stores in the country and did not see a collapse in that segment of the industry at all following the regulatory change. Another state that I'm very familiar with and where I'm sitting in a snowstorm right now is Pennsylvania, which experienced growth in sales of about 6.5% when they loosened some of the most restrictive laws in the nation and allowed food retailers to sell a limited amount of wine. The monopoly state package store system continued to see an increase in sales every year following that change, though this year seems to be a bit weak, having been impacted by the governor's closure of the state stores due to the COVID breakout. Positive results have also been seen in Massachusetts and Oklahoma, two other states where we have analyzed similar regulatory changes in the past few years. Now, while it's impossible to know how individual retailers will react, our models suggest that an increase in sales of about 290.4 million and new licensees would be offset by about 97.6 million in reduced sales at existing retailers. That's consistent with what's been seen in other states. And while existing retailers do see some decline in sales, it would not be sizable enough to lead to a wide-scale collapse of the package store segment. Losing restrictive license laws can only benefit the state and its citizens. Maryland's taxpayers and consumers are paying the price through less convenience, higher cost, and lower tax revenues.
Dunham, I'm going to ask you to sort of wrap up.
I am finished. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Carrie Cook.
Thank you, Delegate Dumais. Thank you to the members of the committee for allowing me to speak today. Thank you to Delegate Chief for bringing about this legislation. My name is Carrie Cook. I'm the president of the Poolesville Town Commissioners. And since this bill is focused on aiding specific communities, I thought I'd tell you a little bit about my own. Poolesville is an idyllic corner of the world where you know all your neighbors. It's situated in the middle of open spaces and farmlands of the Agricultural Reserve. It's also a part of Montgomery County, a part of the DC and Baltimore metro areas. I've often thought that our dual identity here as both a small town and a bedroom community is a benefit. We are blessed with good schools and great community involvement. We attract executives and scientists who are working on the important projects of the day, like COVID vaccines. Others have been here for generations, working the land for the food that we all eat. Our residents are teachers, accountants, plumbers, and bakers. Poolesville is the only place I know where you can sit at a bar and have a chat with a farmer and a physicist. But our geography also presents a great challenge. We have a limited amount of people, so we have a limited amount of votes, a limited amount of resources, and an amount of access to services. 3.5 years ago, I was part of a group of concerned citizens and elected officials who wanted our fair share of those services. We wanted, and we still want, fair access to a new high school. Our current almost 70-year-old one has finally been scheduled for improvements. We want fair access to a community center and healthcare resources and healthy, readily available food. We do not have one grocery store in Poolesville. Attracting one has proven extremely difficult. That's why this bill to incentivize grocers to come to our community and other communities like ours would be of great benefit and the right thing to do. Communities like Poolesville should be considered a priority funding area. Indeed, the phrase food desert is even more accurate. I'm here today supporting this bill along with the 5-member commission that I sit on. And I want to say that for Poolesville and communities like Poolesville that are in food deserts, just because we have less people doesn't mean that we matter less. Thank you.
Thank you. And Delegate Chi and I are very honored to be the delegates representing Poolesville.
And we're honored to have you represent us.
Well, thank you. And with that, we will move to Jason Weintraub.
Afternoon, Vice Chair Dumais and members of the House Economic Matters Committee. For the record, Jason Weintraub here on behalf of Albertsons, the parent company of 65 Safeway and Acme stores with a unionized workforce all across Maryland. This bill is an economic driver for Safeway, Acme, and our unionized team members. It allows us to open new stores, remodel existing ones, and create new jobs right here in Maryland. But most importantly, allowing beer and wine sales in our grocery stores is a convenience that our customers, your constituents, are asking for. The Sun editorial board recently endorsed this one-stop shopping proposal, saying, not only would it be convenient for consumers, but the companies that stand to benefit have already promised to hire hundreds more workers. And it would help Baltimore attract grocery stores to its food deserts, and called the bill a well-deserved win-win for Baltimore City. Albertsons views competition as a good thing that ultimately benefits everyday shoppers. We're asking for the ability to compete in the marketplace, to allow our stores to sell beer and wine, just like the 46 other states that do. You may hear from the opposition that sales are flat or that the state simply can't handle any additional competition. These are, respectfully, the same arguments this committee has heard from incumbents time and time again. But this committee, over the past 10 years, has balanced the needs of existing licensees with consumer preferences for how they want to buy alcohol, whether it's drinking a beer in a local tap room, filling up a growler to go, or getting a bottle of wine shipped directly to your front door. We ask that you give Marylanders one more convenient choice where they can purchase beer and wine, and ask for a favorable report on House Bill 996.
Thank you. And the last witness on the panel, Mario Minor.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to Chairman Davis, Vice Chairwoman Demise, and all the esteemed representatives of the House of Economics Matter Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today. My name is Mario Minor. I am the CEO and chair of a company called Market Fresh Gourmet. We are an independent grocer. I am here to represent members of that organization. I would like to start by saying that we are a full service grocer. We have representation or footprints that are ongoing in Prince George's County and in Baltimore. Some of the unique things about Market Fresh Gourmet is that we are a company that is 100% minority. So we are very, very familiar with some of the aspects of the health disparities and some of the issues that plight to communities. And so that brings me to the point of just really recognizing Delegate Shi. I think she hit it right on the mark, and I'm here representing that perspective. We intentionally started our grocery store concept intentionally representing and having a footprint in food deserts, whether you want to call them food deserts, priority funding areas, health enterprise zones, food priority areas, or whatever. They all have the same issues. They don't have access to affordable, healthy produce options. They all have healthy issues. And so we are here to be in support of any smart legislation, any responsible legislation to that point. And so we are also thankful for the opportunity in this bill here that talks about a give back, where funds will be directed and then redirected to a redevelopment organization that focuses on building communities so that we can uplift a mindset of individuals. We can change the health disparity in this area. We can change the process and the mindset of, alcohol is bad. Responsible drinking, responsible brand ambassadoring, there's nothing bad about that. And I am proof of that from the concepts that we've done. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And we are in support from a grocery standpoint on the Healthy Food Accountability Act, again, from the grocery standpoint, and that it is also a SMART requirement to be tip certified and Serve Safe Manager certified, as every member of my organization is. So I will leave it there.
Right.
I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. We'll go to questions now. Delegate Impalaria.
Thank you. Delegate Chief, first off, I definitely do want to thank you for all the new friends that you've introduced me to, that I have the chance to conversate with, especially those in Prince George's and Montgomery County. I didn't realize how big the Patel family was, but they're very large. And I know that name is like Smith. But anyway, I've experienced this, and you kind of brought up the point that when you're talking about the food deserts, that people won't go there and bypass the food to get the alcohol. And that's pretty much admitting that those areas that do have food deserts, part of their problem is an overuse of drug abuse and an overuse of alcoholism. And I'm sure that a lot of parents who live in those areas would rather not have their children exposed to alcohol. So when they go to the grocery store, their children aren't exposed to alcohol because it's not there. I mean, is that part of what you were getting at, that those areas, the food deserts, maybe not Poolesville, but other food deserts actually do have a large alcohol problem, and that's one of the reasons they are food deserts?
Yes, in many of the communities, there's abundance of alcohol, but there is not nearly enough healthy food choices. And sometimes they do work, they seem to coexist hand in hand. But if you are suggesting that somehow by offering beer and wine, we would actually add to that problem, I really question that. And I hope you're not. Maybe I'm just reading between the lines of what you are saying. Because still, grocery stores, even the few that are allowed to sell anything alcoholic, you still have to have ID, just like anyone else. And most people going to grocery stores carrying out day-to-day grocery shopping are adults. They are not teenagers. So, actually, I would say, the demographics tend to be, people who actually are breadwinners and people who take care of daily grocery chores, who go to groceries to shop for things. But yes.
And many of the emails I got in support, the ones that were in support were just all carbon copy. They were not personally written, where the ones that were opposed, they were personally written and heartfelt. On my way to my grocery store, I pass 6 liquor stores that I can go to. They're all family owned. They're all small businesses. They employ a lot of people. And what I heard from, that carbon copy response that they want this, it's about convenience, but I don't understand convenience when there's 6 of them between me and the grocery store. And when I go to the liquor store, I don't have to wait in line. But when I go to that grocery store, I do have to wait in the line, and I have to wait. So I don't see how it would be convenient for me to buy liquor at a grocery store, because it's very convenient for me to buy it at the liquor store. I can talk to somebody personally and find out what the best bottle of wine is. So, I mean, what is your feeling on convenience? Because I'm not buying that argument of convenience.
Well, first of all, if you mean liquor that includes, hard liquor, that's not what this bill does. It's just beer and wine. And also, as I mentioned in my testimony, these smaller independent stores tend to go after different niche that's super localized, and they tend to be more willing to take the risk of partnering with local producers than bigger grocery stores. So the data nationally do not support the argument that having grocery option is going to displace or causing overnight massive exit. It's just not happening.
Okay, just one.
Yeah.
One final question. I lived in Rochester, New York. I worked in Rochester, New York, and all the big grocery stores like Wegmans, and they sold alcohol, and there was exactly 0 liquor stores. I walked into a store one day and asked for beer, and the guy laughed at me. He says, "Obviously, you're not from here. We can't compete with them. We can't buy it at their price." So he says, there used to be 40 of us. Now there's 2 of us, and we only sell hard liquor. We can't even compete with them on wine. That's it. So when you make this statement that we're going to create jobs, it's a big trade-off because those 40 liquor stores probably each employ 10 people each. And, you know, that's a lot of jobs. And from the you know, I just want you to understand from the economy of it. I mean, our great county executive, David Craig, said, when we bring Wegmans in, it's going to create jobs. Within 6 months of Wegmans opening, 3 grocery stores closed. They couldn't compete. Now, we can't stop the grocery stores from doing that kind of competition, but we do have the power to leave this open for small business, because I'll never own a Wegmans. I'll never own a Walmart, but I do have a very of owning a Joe's Liquor or a Bob's Deli. And once this bill goes in, that chance goes out the window too. That's my feeling on it. So thank you for bringing the bill forward. And thank you for all the new people I know and
All right.
emails.
Thank you, Delegate Templaria. Delegate Pippy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Delegate E. So I guess this is for the bill sponsor. I have a few questions and I'll try to do it succinctly. So I know the term food desert is used in this bill, and I'm just wondering if there's such a need, can't we do that without alcohol? I mean, I would imagine if it's a food desert, it's because of the need for food. I don't know what the connection to the alcohol is. I mean, I know what the argument on the proponent's side would be, but I'm just, you know, if the Maryland General Assembly can do something to assist in fixing a food desert issue separate from alcohol, you know, that's something that we could definitely look at. I just don't want to do that disguised as trying to, you know, putting alcohol in grocery stores disguised as trying to solve a food desert issue. The second part is, you know, in my previous life, I was actually the head of a liquor board, and shall is usually never used in issuing licenses for local boards. Matter of fact, the only time it's used, it's for state manufacturers or federal manufacturers. So I'm not sure why that word is used. You talk about local discretion, but when you put the word shall, there's no discretion. The liquor board would not actually have the authority to not issue a license, you know, outside this legislation if this were to pass, as long as the local board meets that. All the other bills say may, as far as the other licenses, except for manufacturers' licenses and tap rooms. And I'm just going to hit you with a couple more, and then I'll let you respond if that's okay. And then as far as self-service and delivery-based, what do you mean by that? I mean, right now, Food Line, which there's one close to my house, they have a service where they can deliver. I don't know what self-service means. I'm assuming that's all grocery stores. You drive up, go in, you buy stuff, you leave. You know, it almost as if you're describing every big box store in existence. And I will tell you personally in Frederick over the last particular year, I mean, there's been some, you know, we talk about equity in this General Assembly. There's been a big inequity between mom and pop owned stores and big box retailers. I mean, I think the Delegate Impalaria alluded to it. You know, big box stores can do things that mom and pop shops cannot. You know, you talk about the business model of Costco. You know, I was told that Costco is the largest wine seller in the United States. Why? Because they can afford to buy quantities and sell things at a cost that others cannot compete with. And so when we look at balancing jobs and creating economic opportunities, you know, you have to wonder what the impact of a bill like this would be on local communities. And like I mentioned, you know, in the last couple of years when I was with the liquor board, you know, I worked kind of hand in hand with a lot of these small retailers, and this bill is frightening to them because there's just, you just can't compete. And, you know, whatever the merits are for why the state went towards excluding alcohol out of grocery stores, you know, we have a situation now where we have hundreds of these small businesses in my county alone and thousands of employees that this bill is frightening, very frightening to them. So if you could just, I know I threw a lot at you, but maybe if you could just address some of those concerns, that might help me out. I appreciate it.
Sure. I'll be more than happy to. Some of them I deliberately made a point of mentioning, but maybe I didn't have enough time to elaborate, so let me do that. Thank you for these questions. Going to your first point about alcohol connection, as I mentioned in my earlier statement, this was simply one economic development tool that we currently are not tapping into to incentivize risk takers who are willing to go and hopefully would improve their profit margin. Is about profitability, because there's a reason why there is a food desert. There's a reason why the private market is not biting the apple. It's not because they don't want to do it right by the community, but because it doesn't make dollars and cents for them. You know, they have to hire people, they have to rent the place, they have to pay utility, they have to pay for the food, and it's just not working out. So this is where the government has to step in to do something. And if you have a better idea, I would love to work with you. As I emphasize, this is just one, hopefully, of many tools we're going to use to address the food desert issue, because it's prevalent. It is a social justice issue, it's a public health crisis, especially now we see how these inequities of regional disparities are playing out. The other is the word shall. I'm glad you served as head of our local liquor board, so you should know.
Like, can I interrupt you just when anyone that is not muted, please mute yourself unless you're speaking.
Thank you.
We're getting noisy background noise.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the word, as I mentioned, the word shall is only mentioned in this particular occasion when we mandate that local liquor boards should give licenses to those that are willing to take that level of risk and go to otherwise unprofitable markets because of low population density, because of low income, because of whatever the calculations are that retailers make. That prevent them from wanting to get into that market. And that's the only exception. Otherwise, all the county liquor boards still have all of the other regulatory processes to follow, zoning laws to follow, approval processes to follow. And it's not a quick and easy thing, as you know. So by the time an entity comes before the liquor board, they would have already cleared everything else, including zoning laws. Just so that is, I'm sure you're aware of that, you know. So, and as for your last point about self-service versus delivery and all that, I think I should leave it to industry experts, or, you know, I have a couple of people, I think that either Kaylee could respond to that, or Mr. Mo probably could respond to that. Kaylee, would you?
Let's have one more response. I just want everyone to keep in mind, there's a long list of witnesses left on this bill, and we haven't started our local ones yet. So
Understood.
Obviously, this is going to go to subcommittee. I'll call on anyone that wants to ask a question, but it will go to subcommittee. So just keep that in the back of your mind. And Delegate Pippi, were you done?
Yeah, I mean, just the last part.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to let Kaylee, Ms. Locklear answer that.
So if you're referencing, I believe you're referencing on page 6 on line 11, is that what you're referencing? That term self-service is differentiating between a walk-in self-service retail store as opposed to a delivery-based retailer. So that's why that term self-service is in the bill, to differentiate between the two different types of retailers.
Gotcha. Okay, and then last thing, I just hope that this committee and myself in particular, we're balancing the realities of what legislation like this would do versus what we want it to do. And I think there's a big difference. And we're seeing a lot of those emails. All my computers and stuff broke like yours for the same reason. But we really need to balance those things. So thank you.
I agree. Thank you, Delegate Pippi. We're going to move on to Delegate Adams is next.
Okay, and so to the sponsor, you know, we've had a handful of bills. I'm sure the committee is going to do whatever's possible, go right to the mat to help small businesses. And, you know, Jamie Wyndham was on a prior bill. I don't see her up here now, but, you know, these are small businesses that are begging for our help. And I think that in the short run, we absolutely are going to do that. Whether the subcommittee and the committee goes bigger on these sort of things is you know, I'll see how it goes. However, this bill is different. I'll tell you why it's a little different. And I want it's one question and then give you the answer if you don't mind. Is that if this bill is designed to solicit a certain behavior or change with relationship to food deserts, why is it when I went to a local Royal Farm store, they had a big poster marketing this piece of legislation. Now, they weren't calling it food deserts. They were saying, give us a chance to sell beer and wine at a rural farm store. Now, that's right across the street from a local packing store that's of the variety that we're saying is going to get impacted. It does ask the question, are you aiming to allow Royal Farms, and frankly, if they're the ones that could qualify for this, why wouldn't a CVS or a Walgreens? I mean, these are competitors that will do loss leaders. They by design are in the business of knocking competitors out of business to create captive markets. Is it your intention to expand beer and wine sales to those sort of retailers?
It is our intention to allow fresh grocers to be able to sell beer and wine and incentivize them to go to otherwise undesirable markets. And that's all this bill really intends to do. Other than that, we give the local boards the authority and the flexibility to determine what makes sense for their local communities and local markets, given everything they know about how the market dynamic is working.
So that's a rough and tumble question to ask me to support, because what I'm doing is granting support to businesses that don't need the help at a time where we have businesses that desperately need the help. This is a tough legislative ask in a day that should be all about helping small businesses that need it most. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
I disagree. Small businesses are not the only people who need help. Communities need help as well.
Thank you both. I'm going to go to Delegate Brooks.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Delegate, what's a food desert?
So that's another great question. Generally speaking, food desert is, and there are different definitions. Some people define it as having to drive 10 miles away from a fresh grocery store so that you will be in a food desert. Some other, like Baltimore City, has a different definition that is fewer mileage away from that. But the DHCD actually does not have a dedicated food desert definition or map. So we debated whether we should choose priority funding area, which is a broader geography that includes all of the municipalities and enterprise zones and other areas, versus sustainable communities, which is also a good definition to use. But we think because all the municipalities, including Postville is also included, rural communities are included, we should just use priority funding areas for the exercise of this bill.
So we're talking about maybe access, a distance from a place where you can get, fruit, vegetables, affordable, say, I guess, good nutrition. So the food definition in a rural area would probably be different from one in an urban area.
I don't know. That's a good question. And yes, I think it would make sense if there's some differentiation there, because some people in urban areas don't drive, so there might well be, but I don't think CD has that definition right now that we could pull up.
Okay, because I do know that there are some grocery delivery services, like Instacart and Peapod. What kind of impact would that have on that part of the bill?
Actually,
nutritious food, affordable nutritious food.
Yeah, I know. I think there are more witnesses lining up to testify. One of them is GoPuff that could also speak to this one. I think it would be better if we wait for them to join the conversation.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just trying to see whether or not we're talking about a convenience component here, or really, or just a situation where people just don't have access,
Yes, I hear you. And someone asked, would a typical 7-Eleven be able to do it? And under this bill, the answer is probably not, because unless you are willing to be a fresh grocer and carry, frozen meat and fresh fish and produce, then you wouldn't be qualified unless your county really wants you to have one, which
and just the last part, my question sort of falls back or piggybacks on what Delegate Pippi was asking about the alcohol component, that and the relationship between that and a food desert. So, all right. Okay, thanks, Madam.
All right, thank you. Delegate Aaron's. It's the last question. I'm going to move on to more witnesses.
I probably won't be more than 45 minutes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Why am I not surprised?
This is for the maker of the bill. Delegate Key, when I walk into my local grocery store, we talk about this thing creating jobs and stuff, and I walk in, I'm looking for hot sauce. I go over to somebody and I say, where's a hot sauce? They guide me down an aisle. I go over to the person, I say, okay, where's the eggs? The same person takes me over. And literally, when I'm in that store, I'm not inundated with service. And if I were to add alcohol to my local store, I'm going to still use that one person. So as far as job creation, I don't know that this bill is an answer to job creation in my district. And I live in kind of a unique area. I live in a very rural county where a county line could be a fence, a yard fence. And when I start looking at the major providers in my area, I have a Safeway, which I'll help you with this. The headquarters is Pleasanton, California. I have an Acme, headquarters is Melbourne, PA. And then I have also Food Line, who's in Raleigh, North Carolina. This is doing nothing for me other than keeping some people employed because we're selling groceries regardless. And then I look at my my package stores, if you will, and nice enough, I have 4 neighbors that own them. And they all employ a number of employees, and it's sustaining pretty good lives for them. So in my demographic, this bill would be devastating to them because at my 3 stores that I do have in Queen Anne's County, they're 3 different stores. I have package stores within maybe 100 yards of each grocery store. And this bill in all its glory will destroy them because if I open up something over there, that's a very devastating thing. And then the other thing unique about my district is my county will not allow a big box, meaning a Target's allowed in there because we had a Kmart leave. So add that, those 3 grocery stores plus this Target that will be able to sell liquor and alcohol under the food desert thing. And every one of my package stores in my county go out of business. And the number of employees, jobs that will create in my district will maybe be 4. Maybe 8 if you have shift work. So I'm finding it difficult because these types of bills have great intentions. And I have experience to the point where when you are able to buy in volume, that's a great thing up until you own the market and then the prices do come back to where they're at. And those are the types that I have concerns with a bill like this because you're literally opening up Pandora's box with your bill. And I appreciate the intent of trying to put the caveats on, but in every bill we've ever seen, I've piggybacked several bills onto some other bill using that bill as the impetus to get into it. So I got a real issue with the bill and I understand a lot of it, but I just have a real issue with some of the things in the bill. If you want to address that, please do.
I'm not going to take much time to address it, but I just simply want to say, first of all, I really do appreciate you representing your community, speaking about your concerns, which is the same concern we have heard a lot about. I cannot speak specifically to your community and those stores, but national data show that Maryland is very behind in our decades-old arcane laws. And at some point, it will have to be adjusted to meet the consumer demand. Our consumers are spending a lot of money outside of the states outside of our state because they want more choices. So, the data simply do not support what you are saying that they will be categorically disrupted. And we are simply experimenting, and having this kind of conversation is very worthwhile. And I welcome all of the input to continue to have this conversation. Okay.
As
All right.
always, thank you.
All right, thank you both. We're going to move on and finish the proponents. John, is it Bueller from Frederick? How about Gregory Parnas?
Hi. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, let me just grab my testimony here. Chairman Davis, fellow committee members, thank you for letting me testify before you today. My name is Greg Parnas. I am the Legislative Counsel for Marylanders for Better Beer and Wine Laws. MBBWL is a nonprofit advocacy group that represents over 10,000 consumers across the state. Our mission is to support reforms in Maryland's outdated alcohol laws that expand our choices and the economy. Over the past 10 years, our organization has worked tirelessly on the issue of expanding grocery store sales in Maryland. We support HB 996 because it is pro-consumer, it is pro-worker, and it will help to expand grocery store access in Maryland. Currently, Maryland is one of the very few states that prohibit wine and beer sales in grocery stores. 86% and 98% of Americans, respectively, enjoy consumer choice that is denied to adults in Maryland. This lack of access comes at a price. MBWL has found that Maryland consumers can pay up to 33% more for a popular bottle of wine in Maryland liquor stores compared to what they would pay at a chain store in other states. Consumers want and deserve the lower prices and convenience of being able to purchase wine and beer along with their other grocery items. When surveyed, over 70% of Marylanders supported this change. Indeed, over 6,000 Marylanders have contacted the Assembly this year in support of HB 996. Many of you and your colleagues have heard from your constituents urging you to pass this legislation. Surely their desire must outweigh the private economic interests of a relatively small number of existing business owners. The General Assembly does not prevent competition in any other area of the supermarket where we shop. Any law that proposes doing so would be considered a restraint of trade and anti-consumer. There is no logical basis to treat beer and wine differently. As many of you have traveled across the country, and especially in our neighboring jurisdictions like DC, Virginia, and West Virginia, you have probably noticed the large number of independent retailers alongside chains. There are many hundreds of them. By expanding the venues in which beer and wine can be sold in Maryland, we'll allow consumers to have access to a wide range of products in a more convenient fashion and at a lower price point. The chief arguments by existing retail licensees against this bill, whether they be doomsday predictions about closures or disingenuous claims about concern for underage drinking, are unsupported by the evidence or the experience in other states. HB 996 should be reported out with a positive recommendation. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Is it Butler? I do see you now.
Yeah,
Butler
now
or
I'm
Bueller?
unmuted. Yes, Butler, thanks.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, Economic Matters Committee, folks. My name is John Butler. I'm representing the 7,500 owners of the Frederick County Consumer Co-op, trading as the Common Market. We operate 2 full-service grocery stores in Frederick County, which serve over 15,000 shoppers, with an estimated $30 million in sales for the current fiscal year. We've grown over the 40 years of our existence to become a local institution providing organic and local food to our shoppers. We currently employ about 170 staff. As a board member of the co-op and chair of our advocacy committee, I'm tasked with advocating for policies which serve the interests of our owners as codified in our ends policies. 2 goals real quickly: connecting local consumers of local food sources. Our definition is 150 miles, but we focus on Frederick County. Being a model for use of environmental resources that sustainable in the products we sell, the business we operate, and the practices we promote and support. So one group of local products we are not currently able to provide is organic and local beer and wine. As you know, probably by this point, Frederick County has a thriving brewing and wine making industry. There's over 23 breweries and somewhere in the vicinity of 19 or 20 wineries. For several years, our board has contemplated how to obtain a beer and wine license, but the current law prohibits most groceries from holding such licenses. Curiously, the Bethesda Food Co-op does have a beer and wine license in Montgomery County. Clearly, there's a need to change the law from our point of view. HB 996 would remedy the situation, and therefore we enthusiastically support its enactment and request a favorable report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Cameron Kilberg.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Dumais, and committee members. Thank you for having me here today. For the record, my name is Cameron Kilberg. I'm the Government Affairs Principal for GoPuff. I'm here today to support House Bill 996. GoPuff is the go-to solution for immediate everyday needs, delivering customer orders of food products, cleaning and home goods, and over-the-counter medications, and yes, beer and wine in markets around the U.S. that allow it. With micro-fulfillment centers in every market we serve, GoPuff delivers thousands of products quickly and for a flat delivery charge of just $1.95. GoPuff is open 24/7 in many markets and late night everywhere else in order to bring customers what they need when they need it most. We pride ourselves on fulfilling customer orders and delivering essential goods in just minutes. Founded in 2013, GoPuff currently operates more than 200 micro-fulfillment centers servicing over 500 U.S. cities, including Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Prince George's County. We are more than a snack supplier. We're able to deliver healthy food items and much-needed home supplies to consumers in real time. This allows consumers to remain at home when they're unable to or simply do not want to go to the store, or as is in the case with many communities, consumers simply lack safe, convenient options to purchase healthy foods and home goods. Each of our micro-fulfillment centers services the direct neighborhood in which they reside, and due to their size of an average of 4,000 to 7,000 square feet, we can more easily find appropriate space to open in all communities, and our flat, low delivery fee ensures we remain affordable. GoPuff's flexibility allows us to service communities that struggle to attract appropriate fresh food and convenience stores, as we're able to open more easily into that smaller space with little development needs. GoPuff is a new consumer-centric model of grocery and convenience stores, which complements the traditional models we see today. And HB 996 will ensure GoPuff's continued growth in Maryland and our ability to serve residents and communities throughout the state. We respectfully ask for your support of HB 996, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Ms. Kilberg. Kirk McCauley.
Madam Vice Chair and members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Kirk McCauley, and I represent service station convenience stores in the state of Maryland. This bill would not affect many of our locations, but it would give our locations an opportunity, if possible, to expand, build new locations with fresh food in them. And convenience stores are changing. If you notice, they're getting bigger and their competition is getting bigger. We have to get bigger with them. This will be an opportunity to serve the communities, benefit with employment, opportunities to expand the locations. It would make some of the locations viable that probably wouldn't be viable now in the areas they're located in. Giving customers choices, keeping purchases local, providing improved selection of food items in neighborhood stores. I live in St. Mary's County, and we have quite a bit of beer and convenience stores right now. We have some grocers with beer in them, and there's no problem. We have plenty of liquor stores too, and I don't see where the problem would be in with this bill. I think it would give everybody an opportunity to serve the public. Thank you, and please give HB 996 favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley. We're going to, again, finish the proponents. There are former witnesses, and then we'll go to questions. Shelby Kemp.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the House Economic Matters Committee. My name is Shelby Kemp, and I'm a marketing project manager for Royal Farms Convenience Stores. Our company headquarters is in Baltimore, Maryland, and we operate 161 stores in the state of Maryland, employing 3,167 employees in the state total. We are also a third-generation family-owned business. I would like to convey to the committee that we would like to, at some point, sell beer and wine at our stores for the convenience of our customers. But for the purpose of this meeting, I would like to address Delegate Adams' question from earlier. I am not sure exactly which store you're referring to, but I don't believe, based on where you're located, that it was in a priority funding area. So that would mean, even if this bill were to be passed, we wouldn't get a liquor license to sell beer and wine at that store. If for some reason we were able to obtain a license, our space would be very limited. We just don't have, our stores aren't big enough to carry what the liquor stores carry. And we also know firsthand from other states where we can sell beer and wine, specifically Virginia and Pennsylvania, there are still many thriving independent liquor stores in these states. Thank you for giving me the chance to testify in support of House Bill 996.
Thank you, Ms. Kemp. Shoshana Goldberg.
Hi, my name is Shoshana Goldberg. I am a very busy Orthodox Jewish mom in Baltimore County. I've got 2 kids who go to 2 different schools. I've got 2 dogs who are roaming around right now. I have a full-time job. And because I'm Orthodox, I don't even have Saturdays to run errands. So I wanted to speak in favor of this bill because, you know, you only have so much time in the day, and to have to go to a completely separate store just to get a bottle of wine that I need for our Sabbath is a big deal. Like having to, you know, drive to a new place, get out of the car, maybe I have groceries in the car, maybe I have my kids in the car. You know, maybe I've got 5 minutes to get to my next kid's activity. It just makes things so much more difficult to have to go to this extra store, especially as a kosher consumer, where I tend to have to go to several grocery stores just to get my basic needs. This just adds to it. I also want to say I end up, as such a busy person, purchasing my wine online and having it delivered to my door. which I wouldn't do if it was being sold in my grocery store. So I just wanted to, let everyone know that it would be awesome and amazing and a huge time saver for busy ones of us out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Christy Wyatt.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. I am Christy Wyatt. I'm the Director of Sales with Harvest Ridge Winery. We hold licenses in Delaware, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and New Jersey. But today I just wanted to talk a little bit about our experience of working with grocery stores in the neighboring state of Pennsylvania. We do focus a lot on wholesale, as a lot of beer breweries and wineries focus on their tasting rooms, as well as working in their wholesale markets. But prior to when Act 39 passed in 2016, our wholesale business was very limited and local and small. We worked with a couple local wineries, and we had one SKU in the fine wine and good spirits stores, which are the Pennsylvania state-run liquor stores. And then once the law passed, there wasn't anything that really happened immediately. It took some time for the stores that were going to obtain the permits to get approved and get their planograms in place and all that kind of stuff. Since we started working with grocery stores, our business has definitely grown. We've changed with a lot of the diversity of the sales avenues that we have now. It's also opened up a lot of doors for us with other stores and restaurants with brand recognition and credibility being out into the grocery stores. The fine wine and good spirit stores that are in Pennsylvania have also taken on more SKUs of ours. And we've grown in a wider demographic across the state with that. So that's really helped us. In Pennsylvania, all these stores have local products. They have a huge local beer section, and they have a smaller wine section, but the wines that are chosen are based on demographics, so they can promote the local wineries that are in that area. And I can say for us, since that bill has been passed, our wholesale market has went from hardly anything of the people that we worked with in the wholesale market to over 75 plus accounts in the state. So for us, from a winery's perspective and supporting other local businesses, it's definitely helped us. It hasn't hindered us, and I would definitely be in support of helping the wineries and breweries in Maryland. Thank you for hearing me. I am open to any questions.
All right. We have one more witness in favor, John Pruden.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is John Pruden. I am the owner of Taste. We are a small chain of independently owned specialty food stores in Virginia. So as a Virginian today, I'm happy to say I really don't have a dog in the hunt here, but I was asked to speak briefly about our experiences with a state that does have a kind of a more liberal approach to the beer and wine retailing. In that capacity, we do sell beer and wine both on and off premise, and we compete against grocery stores, against convenience stores, and actually the state-owned liquor stores as well. What I would say, in addition to what Christy just mentioned, is that by competing as we do, it really forces us as an independent retailer to specialize and become unique and stay unique in order to be relevant. And so what has resulted is really kind of a robust and vibrant food and beverage community with independents in particular. So we work a lot with local breweries and wineries, and really we're often the first outlet that those smaller producers have the ability to show their products in, and we're very proud of being able to support the small producers in that regard. So I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, and I was wrong. We have one more proponent, then again we'll move to questions. Marshall Klein. I saw him earlier. Mr. Klein? There you go. Go right ahead. We can't hear you. I don't see the mute button, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. All right, we can start the clock. My name is Marshall Klein, and I am one of the owners and operators of Klein's Family ShopRights. We own and operate 9 stores in Maryland and a liquor store. So I feel we have a bit of a unique perspective. We're sort of on both sides of this issue. I operate stores in very rural communities, and we also operate one store in Baltimore City in an area that was formerly a food desert. And I feel like I can answer a lot of questions from the committee on why this is needed, particularly in food desert areas. The main challenge when you operate stores in food deserts is that the cost of operation for going in these areas, for a variety of reasons that would take me much longer than 2 minutes to explain, far exceed the ability to offset those costs by charging. And if you're able to have one more service in those stores, such as beer and wine, you're able to, we believe, significantly offset some of those costs. That would allow us to expand our footprint in Baltimore City and allow other grocers to expand their footprints in food deserts. The regulatory state in Maryland, the additional costs and fees that happen and that have been happening over the past decade have really made it challenging to open up stores in these communities and in these areas. And one thing that could help would be legislation such as this. And we are very thankful for Delegate Key for putting it forward. I think it's a new and innovative way to attack the problem. It's very, very widely published that grocery stores are closing and leaving areas of need throughout the state. And this is a very relevant tool to be able to offset some profitability challenges that you will face in these areas. We also are a local company. I'm in my office in Forest Hill, Maryland. We employ over 1,300 people. I think this bill would be very beneficial and put us on par with retailers throughout the country. There are many challenges with Maryland's beer and wine and liquor system. Much of it is far beyond the ability of a retailer to address. But I think expanding the scope of our retailer base and allowing grocers to enter that space would help address other more pragmatic issues on the wholesaler and other levels. So thank you, and we hope you support this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Delegate Adams? No? Okay.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Delegate Ahrens?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't take my hand down. I apologize.
It's all right. Delegate Impalario?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Delegate Chi, I've been listening to all of this, and it sounds like your overall concern, your true concern, is that you would like to give a purpose for grocery stores to be able to move in places that they're not right now, and this would help you. Many of our concerns are that this will hurt our small businesses, and why would we trade 100 small businesses for 3 big boxes? So let me throw this one out to you. Why not allow these grocery stores in these food deserts to either have a marijuana dispensary, which does not affect small businesses because they're not owned by small businesses, right? Or number 2, let them have slot machines or small casinos because they're not owned by small businesses either. And that would have a 0 impact on our communities, and it would give you exactly what you want. What would you think of substituting alcohol for either marijuana or slots or both?
All right. Well, you are getting very creative. I think
that's what we're here for.
If you want to introduce an entirely different bill about a highly controlled substance like a marijuana, that's a very different conversation. But we are talking about Maryland more in line with the rest of the country and with what the consumers are saying they need. You just heard from a busy mother who said, I don't have time to make multiple trips. And this is one thing I should be able to expect from my neighborhood grocery stores. This is about updating ourselves to be in line with the rest of the country. And it's not about purposefully displacing. And if those, as I said, if any current license holders want to start carrying fresh meat and fresh produce and who happen to be already operating in food desert, that's great. That's wonderful. You know, we should find every tool possible to incentivize them, but it's not happening. So, you know, I welcome any new ideas. And if you want to push that idea separately, please do.
Well, I might offer that as an amendment because alcohol and marijuana are both controlled dangerous substances, so they fall in the same category. And gambling is also a vice, exactly like, you know, like drinking or using some kind of
All right.
drug.
We will look
I
forward
think,
to that discussion in subcommittee. Delegate Wilson.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Lily or Delegate Chi, I love you to death, and I've been trying to hold my tongue, but I've been listening to some of these proponents, and there's a saying in the Black communities, you're in the hood because there's a liquor store and a church on every corner. And that's never said in a positive way, because both of them are seen to be taking advantage of African Americans in impoverished communities. So let's get to the basis is, first of all, food deserts. To say that somehow bringing liquor into impoverished minority communities is a solution is almost mind-blowing. Food deserts in most of our communities, you know what else is in those communities? Dollar stores and no fresh fruits and vegetables. When I talk to the individual, the Safeway owners and things of that nature, they say they can't come in because of all the dollar stores and all these small stores that won't sell fresh fruit, but sell cheap food. Not because there's no liquor. So what bothers me is I'm hearing a total minimization of the mentally and physically addictive effects of this substance, which is liquor, over the convenience of somebody wanting to stop on their way home and not have to go twice. Because it'd be one thing if we talk about convenience, but because we talk about food deserts, now you bring that into my realm. That's in the brown and Black folks. And to tell me that somehow bringing this additional vice, as Rick finally got to, is a solution is emotionally devastating, because that would never help. More liquor stores are what no African American in this country wants. Access to liquor is not what we begged for. To say somehow that food deserts are created because we don't have enough liquor is painful to hear. It's because we have these very cheap sources of food, i.e. the Dollar General stores, and they cannot compete with them. I also look because, again, we balance convenience again for addiction. But at the end of the day, I look and our drug and alcohol deaths are up roughly 10%. Please explain to me how bringing more liquor into a poor, impoverished community with a lack of food is better for that community.
Well, thank you, Delegate Wilson, and I really appreciate your very impassioned argument, and I cannot disagree with you about the spirit of your argument, but I just want to point out technical difference, which is this bill does not have anything to do with liquor per se, it's beer and wine, and that's the only thing. And it's in the spirit of helping grocery stores improve their profitability in terms of being able to carry that, which is what consumers are asking for. And again, I have to go back to the national practices and data, and they do not support that having grocery stores carrying these things somehow exacerbates the community's health crisis or well-being. In fact, it should work to the contrary when you invite more fresh grocers to our communities that have been oversaturated with corner liquor stores.
And I just say this, they don't call them liquoros, they call them winos because they drink wine. And to dismiss that beer and wine are not addictive or not dangerous or not cause of physical and emotional damage into a community is understating the facts. I really appreciate what you're trying to do, but I don't believe we can call this a food desert solution. If you want to call it a way for big businesses to capture more of the market, I would agree with you. Not only does it crush our small businesses, but I really don't think it's going to help minorities by giving them more access to beer and wine. Thank you.
Okay. Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. I'll start with a couple just quick questions, make sure I have my facts straight. So on this bill that you have, Delegate Chi, is it saying that these stores, locations can sell alcohol, period, not just limited to beer and wine, they can sell hard stuff too, or am I missing that?
Just beer or beer and wine.
Just beer and wine, okay. And I know that the store, and Delegate Wilson forgot to mention the check cashing places too that also go along with these places. But I also know that in my district, we had a grocery store close. It was actually a Safeway. And I'm wondering, like, what protections do we have that we allow a certain group to start selling beer and wine, and then they decide to pack up and go anyway, like they've been doing?
The reason they packed up and left was, I assume, because they did not think that market was profitable. So what we are trying to propose is simply one, hopefully, of many solutions to try to get at that problem. And if you have a better solution, please, by all means, propose that. But that does not mean, there is an absolute stopgap somewhere that would prevent any stores from closing. That's not what this bill tries to do. This bill is trying to design a new economic development tool to entice fresh grocers to certain communities. There should be other measures in place to try to retain the credible stores that are, offering good values to our communities. And that is a comprehensive economic development strategy between the state and the county that we should look into. As I said in my opening remarks, Maryland as a state, because we are largely suburban and rural, and we just have not focused on attracting retailers and retailers.
I slightly disagree with you. When I chaired taxes, we used to give tax credits as incentives to dangle the carrot for the food deserts, which we need to do something about the food desert portion of it. And maybe somebody can help me out, Ms. Locklear, or you can. I'm still, it's a new term to me, food desert. Who defines the food desert and the boundaries for it?
So as I mentioned earlier, food desert currently in the state of Maryland, DHCD does not have a designated geographic area for food desert. So, some communities define it as like approximately 10 miles from a fresh grocery store, or even shorter distance from that. Some municipalities have their own definition, counties have own definitions of that. But we use priority funding area because they happen to coincide with the studies of where the underserved fresh grocers are in terms of the zip codes that coincide with that.
I got you. Help me out here, but I'm trying to, who defines? So I represent Prince George's County.
Mm-hmm.
Going to define what our food deserts are. I've seen.
Yeah, the Department of Housing and Community Development defines sustainable communities as well as the priority funding areas. And as I, alluded to earlier, we chose the priority funding areas because it's geographically more inclusive between urban, suburban, and rural, including parts of what I represent as well, and much of Baltimore City, for example. And of course.
So is there a formula that's used for this?
We can show you a
TNI
map.
for a while, Prince George's, which was
we can show you a map. We can send you a map, certainly.
Please do that. Please do that. And then my last question would be, I think, two quick ones. One, share the same concerns about the local stores that are already in existence doing it, that are in the competition. And two, growing up where I grew up, wasn't a big fan of being able to go to 7-Eleven and buy 40 ounces. Made it clear, and stuff like that nature. So I heard somebody from Royal Farms talking about it. To me, that's kind of similar to a 7-Eleven to me. Is that the intent? I know food desert's one thing, but are we going to?
I can tell you it's not, because this bill really only specifies that you have to be a fresh grocer and going into one of those areas in order to qualify for a license. That's it. That's
what does Royal Farms sell that's fresh?
So that was what she was saying. The representative was saying they would not otherwise qualify unless they start carrying fresh produce and meat and be willing to go to that area.
Thank you.
All right, Delegate Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Chi, I want you to know that I appreciate the attempt that this bill makes to innovate in solving the problem, the vexing problem that's gone on for years with food deserts. And I'm not sure how I feel about the ultimate bill, but I was curious about your co-sponsor, which I believe you said was Senator McCray.
Yes, Senator McCray.
Okay. Does he represent an area, an impoverished area with food deserts in it? He does. So he obviously thinks that this could be a solution.
Mhm.
And I'd love to hear the conversation between him and Delegate Wilson, for example, just to see where the differences are in the policy. And I guess you probably aren't able to comment on that for Senator McRae, but I just thought that was interesting that they had two very different approaches to this.
Yeah, we're very, very different communities facing the same challenges, which is why we teamed up together to say, let's look into what's possible. And if other colleagues have better ideas, by all means.
Okay. I was going to move on to the opposition. Okay. So we're going to move to the opposition. They do have a panel, and we're going to try and work through that panel, and then we'll go to some questions. The first one on the panel is Kathy Hoke.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kathleen Hoke. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland Carey School of Law, here today in opposition to House Bill 996 for three reasons. I'm actually going to expedite down to the bottom of my testimony because it's most cogent now in response to what Delegate Wilson and others have said. There simply is no justification for bringing and exacerbating a public health problem into a community in order to try to solve another public health problem. So that's the theme of what you should hear today from me. I would love to take the time to walk through this bill because I think the sponsor is a bit unaware of what the bill actually does. So with respect to grocery stores, to be clear, in section C2 of this bill, the grocery store does not need to be in a priority funding area in order to get a Class A license. That's just a fact. That's the way this bill is written. Whether that's a mistake or not, I do not know. More importantly, this bill would strip away local authority to control alcohol outlet density and location by the shall issue provisions in C1. It says it shall issue, no local control. And all that has to be is a self-service or delivery-based retail establishment, as Delegate Pippi noted, not defined, located in a priority funding area. That has says nothing about offering fresh foods and grocery items, nothing. So you have a shall issue to any store essentially in a priority funding area and a may issue to grocery stores anywhere in the state. So the Harris Teeter in Bethesda or the Wegmans in Hunt Valley can get a beer or wine license as a result of this bill. So it simply doesn't accomplish the public health goals sought, I think, by the sponsor. Importantly, it strips away that local control. And I want to say at a time when Prince George's County and Baltimore City are working to reduce the alcohol outlet density in their communities, this bill subverts their efforts to improve public health and public safety in this community. What you have heard from on this bill is not the public health community. If this bill was truly about bringing food security and healthy foods and reducing obesity, you would have heard from all of the public health community in support. What you heard was from licensees really eager to get their hands on an alcohol license to sell throughout the state. And so for these reasons, don't allow an attempt to solve one public health problem to really exacerbate a persistent problem in our communities. Thank you.
Delegate Chi, I'm going to get through the first three that are supposedly all in the same realm, and then I'll go to you, okay? Dr. Eck.
Good afternoon. This is Ramey Eck again, and I am a past president and chair of the Advocacy Committee for the Maryland Public Health Association. I won't repeat the things that people have already said. Many of these delegates, you all are very well aware of what is going on in this bill, and also what Kathy Hoke from the Law Center has also brought up. It doesn't seem to be entirely well thought up. It attempts to use a solution that's not appropriate for the problem that has been identified. So I also want to say that I'm very concerned about the frame of our alcohol laws as arcane or outdated. We have a very robust local system that changes through thoughtful, ongoing debate, such as today. Personally, I do not feel that not having cheap alcohol in Costco is arcane or outdated. I think we have done a much better job of protecting our independent businesses compared to other states. But in general, in a nutshell, we are not aware of any studies or any case reports of expanding alcohol sales to grocery and chain stores as a treatment for obesity or for food deserts. Additionally, many other states and cities that do allow alcohol to be sold in grocery stores still have food security issues that are no different than ours. Nothing in this bill shows a direct line between expanding alcohol sales and combating obesity. These state-defined priority funding areas, and I'll refer you to our testimony, which has a map. I'm going to read directly from the state. It says, every municipality, as they existed in 1997, areas inside the Washington Beltway and the Baltimore Beltway, areas already designated as enterprise zones, neighborhood revitalization areas, heritage areas, and industrial, existing industrial land. So that is incredibly broad, and really most of that has nothing to do with food deserts. Nothing in the legislation says that a store must go into an area with food insecurity issues. And additionally, the fees, the small fees that are going to be collected go into the Legacy Community Fund, and there's no requirements for how they're to be spent. So I didn't even bring up the issue that this bill potentially can almost double our alcohol outlet density. There's no budget or funding given towards our local communities to actually regulate, enforce, adjudicate, administer these types of licenses. And we know that all of these bills today that we're hearing have to be looked at as a single package, not individually, because essentially they're all expanding alcohol outlet access and density, and you have to take them all together, not as just singles. So I'm happy to answer more questions, but we urge an unfavorable report.
Okay, Nancy Rosen Cohen. Nancy Rosen Cohen. Going once. All right, Delegate Chi, I knew you wanted to respond to these two.
Yeah, I particularly wanted to respond to Dr. Kathleen Hoke. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. I'm not sure if we're reading the same bill. You mentioned that the shall language is there and there is nothing preventing it, but this bill specifically said you have to meet both criteria in order to be granted a license. And other than that, there is absolutely no guarantee that you will be granted a license. Is that somehow confusing that we should amend the bill to make it more clear to you? I'm just confused because that was something we spent a lot of time on just to make sure.
I have printed out the version of Senate Bill 763, but I presume it is the same as HB 996. And on page 3, starting at line 10, you will see subsection C1. So it's self-contained, it's its own section, C1. And that says a local licensing board shall issue this particular license to a self-service or delivery-based retail establishment containing 2 criteria. Number 1, independently owned or part of a chain store, which is odd because that's everything then. And number 2, in a priority funding area. This speaks to nothing about offering healthy foods or food at all. It really any self-service or delivery-based retail establishment. So you could sell bowling balls and get this Class A license if you're in a priority funding area. So C1 has.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
C1 has no connection to what comes below in C2. There is not a connector there.
Okay, so this is how you read the bill. Maybe we could do something to make it more clear, because to me, C1 and 2 are the same in order to meet both criteria. And that is the intent of the bill.
And so Ms. Hoke, I assume that you would be willing to talk to Delegate Chi to see if there's some additional language that would work.
Yeah, let me be clear, from a public health perspective.
I understand, you don't like the bill regardless.
Yes, but it certainly does not do that.
Okay, thank you for the input.
Of course.
All right, we're going to move on. Steve Weiss.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate all the time that you've put into this bill and others. I'll keep it short. There is a clear disconnect between, I think, what some think the bill does and what the bill actually does. And I think that was just covered by the prior panel. I'll give you an example. You could have a Walmart, a supermarket, and another supermarket located in a priority funding area. What's a priority funding area? It's every municipality in the state. It's all of Baltimore City. It's inside both beltways, and it's any area designated by a county. If you look at the map, that is every population center in the state of Maryland. Guess where the existing packaged goods stores are? In those exact same areas. So under the bill, regardless of whether it's a food desert, if you're in that area and you have a supermarket, they shall get a license. There is no question that is what the bill says. And then under the second part of the bill, every convenience store that's in between those three locations may get a license. Yes, they've got to carry certain food items, but I think when you look at those food items, you're going to find Royal Farm Store comes mighty close to satisfying those, and maybe even the 7-Eleven. Now, what impact does this have on our stores? We did our own study. I know Lyndon Johnson said, I need a one-armed economist, but we had an economist look at this too, the Regional Economic Studies Institute. And they said this is going to cost in the neighborhood conservatively of 1,700 jobs. It's going to close independent stores, and it's going to reduce the choice of products because the local stores do a better job of carrying the upstart products. So I ask you to consider all those things and hear from the many businesses you got across this state. You've got a plethora of independent businesses you should be proud of and trying to help and not doing things that risk them going out of business. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Milani is next. And then I noticed Mr. Chairman's here. And so after Mr. Milani, the chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Jack Milani, Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association, legislative co-chair, also the owner of Monahan's Pub. I'm one of the independent retailers that the state has embraced over the years, where they found that local ownership was very important. And I think we do a very good job. I think we're very much involved in our community. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you today that everyone's going to go out of business, but a lot of us are. And I think that's the fear that we have, is that we know that some people will go out of business and we're not quite sure why. I mean, to me, I think when you look at the alcohol beverage around the state, you have all kinds of different retailers. You have large retailers, small retailers. Some people specialize in bourbon. Some people specialize in craft beers. And I think it's all based on the community and what each community asks for, which again, I think is one of the important things when the decisions are made locally. It's not a chain that's going to tell, we have a national agreement with Anheuser-Busch, this is what you're going to carry. So I would hope that you would consider these things, and you'll hear from more members. And just to let you know, we started collecting petitions in January. We had to get through the holidays, and to date, we're just shy of 13,000. So I think there are a lot of folks, when they understand the issue, do value the locally owned independent retail stores. And I would hope that, especially during these times, as everyone's talking about helping small businesses, please, if ever there was a time you're going to help the small business, let this be the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Yates is next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Barely, but yes.
Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today. My name is Thomas Yates. I'm a resident of Howard County, Maryland. I thought just to give you a brief snapshot on a very, very individualized label situation, what can happen when a grocery store or other large box store opens near an independent store. Back in 2011, Safeway moved their license from Briggs Cheney, Maryland, over to Olney, Maryland. And I testified against it, but the panel seemed to think that it would bring extra jobs and so forth to the community. Well, 1 year later, my sales were down by 40%. Now, this is a store that I owned for 25 years and supported 7 families. But you couldn't survive when you lose 40% of your sales. And what Safeway did was they came in and they started selling wines below cost, which, as the panel may know, is against state law. So I called the comptroller's office and they said, well, Safeway has been warned, and but they have more attorneys than you do. So there's a limit to what we can do. Subsequently, as time went on, Safeway didn't hire anybody to work in their beer and wine department because they required the distributor to have their sales representatives restock the shelves. So there wasn't any job added in Safeway getting a license. But we went out of business 1 year later, and I plead to the board to vote no on House Bill 996, and thank you for allowing my testimony.
Madam Vice Chair, would you mind continuing for just a minute, please?
Sure, not a problem. Kim
Thank
Larson. Is Ms. Larson here?
Lawson, yes.
Lawson, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kim Lawson. I don't know if you guys can see me, but my name is Kim Lawson. I have a store in Arnold, Maryland, located in Anne Arundel County. It's Fish Paws Marketplace. The business has been in business since 1935, and my family acquired it in 1983. And now I can proudly say we're going to be a third generation business with my daughter coming on board. We employ approximately 20 to 25 employees. We're very active in our community. And I have to tell you that Maryland is really positioned to be the best state to serve Maryland customers. We have licenses in every shopping center that houses a grocery store. So I really don't think there's an issue with convenience or availability. It shouldn't be that much of a difficulty to go from your grocery store to your alcohol beverage locally owned store. As you can see, many of the proponents of this bill were from chain stores. It's grocery, convenience stores. That's what our industry is afraid of. The other issue that was addressed with previous bills about supporting local distilleries, breweries, wineries, I can tell you we sell about 200 plus locally owned Maryland products. So a large scale grocery store is not going to sell those SKUs. They only sell the top selling SKUs. So you're going to lose the help that you're trying to do with these other bills to support the local manufacturers. So generally, just in conclusion, I just want to say, I hope you guys can oppose this bill, continue to support the locally owned businesses, continue to allow third generation businesses to stay in business. When you put a grocery in a shopping center where there is a licensee, they are definitely going to be impacted severely. Thank you for your time.
Okay, David Marburger.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for your time today. My name is David Marburger, and my family has owned and operated Bay Ridge Wine and Spirits in Annapolis, Anne Arundel County for 29 years. I am the second generation of our family to operate our store, and my son, the third generation, will guide our business in the near future, hopefully. We employ 22 full-time and 5 part-time employees. 50% of our staff has been with us for over 10 years. 4 of those staff members are second generation employees. We also employ 3 individuals who lost their jobs from local restaurants immediately after the governor's March executive order. Our store is located roughly 2,000 feet from a grocery store and less than 0.2 of a mile from 4 convenience stores that could obtain a license through this bill. Over the years, Bay Ridge Wine and Spirits has proudly partnered with many of the local craft beer, wine, and spirits businesses that call Maryland home. Currently, just shy of 75 of them will find their products on our shelves, working their way to their final destination, a customer's home, back bar, wine cabinet, or refrigerator. Our store was one of the first in Maryland to embrace the craft beer segment, and I'm talking about the first craft beer craze that took place about 25 years ago. And we have given most, if not all, Maryland breweries access to market simply by favoring their local production. We monetarily support many local nonprofit or community organizations, such as the Boys and Girls Club of Anne Arundel County, Maryland Hall for the Creative Arts, Anne Arundel County Public Library Foundation, and a variety of many others. Members of the committee, House Bill 996 will crush the fabric of Maryland's small independently owned beer, wine, and liquor retailers. Adding an additional 1,300 outlets to the roughly 1,800 that currently exist will result in a decrease in sales for all of these Maryland businesses, and that's a simple math equation that we can all understand, and will most assuredly result in a net job loss. Grocery and convenience stores will not retain all the employees who will use their jobs.
Mr. Marburger, I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you for your time, and please give an unfavorable report to House Bill 996.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jim Spiropoulos.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of committee, for your time. My name is Jim Spiropoulos. My family owns Town Center Market in Riverdale Park. We have been in business for almost 33 years. My 82-year-old father still comes to the store on most days. We started with 3 employees, and today we employ over 20. None of my employees are minimum wage earners. We have a small group health plan in place where I pay for 6 of my employees' benefits in full. Town Center Market has become a community hub over the years. We host the Riverdale Park Arts Council concert series where every Wednesday for 12 weeks, University of Maryland music majors come play music on our patio for the members of our community. We sponsor various other fundraisers and events throughout the year. I'm trying to fast track through, not to repeat what others have already said. Small businesses have been the focal point during the year-long plus pandemic. Our government at every level has worked tirelessly to attempt to save small businesses. Loans were issued that ultimately turned into grants. This bill will work directly against these efforts to save small businesses. There are 9 grocery stores within 1.8 miles of my store, the closest being a brand new Whole Foods a half a mile away. There are also countless drugstores, convenience stores, and gas stations. And Riverdale Park is maybe a quarter mile, half mile away from College Park, which the last food desert map I looked at is considered a food desert. And I'm having really hard time understanding how that can be a food desert. It has been said allowing beer and wine grocery stores is a matter of convenience. I believe COVID has proven everything under one roof is not a good thing. We all had to stand in line outside grocery stores as they struggled to provide basic necessities. Now imagine if you threw beer and wine into that mix. Instead, allow stores like mine to serve our residents. We recently implemented a new online order store that makes it possible to purchase items in my store, including the numerous items from Maryland breweries, distillers, and wineries that we focus on. We offer curbside pickup and the ultimate in convenience, home delivery. Beer and wine is not needed in grocery stores. Please vote against this bill. One last thing. In Prince George's County, grocery stores are given a 75% discount on their property tax bill, whereas longtime residents like myself, business owners, paid collectively as a family over $60,000 in property tax last year. I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Mr. Strops. Nick Manis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, Chairman Davis. We're here today in opposition to House Bill 996. We respect Delegate Chee's goal in this bill, but when I looked at the bill and I first read it, I read the preamble and I thought I was reading the wrong bill. Because if you just look at the preamble and what it's looking to achieve, and then at the end, you could add, whereas in order for all this to take place, these stores need an alcohol license. So it just amazed me that in order for these stores, they need alcohol. And we service all the family retailers that testified today in opposition to this bill. And the neat thing about our industry is the owners of the wholesale businesses that are family owned and have been involved in the communities since Prohibition have grown up with the same retailers and the families who run those establishments. I think that this bill, I started down here in 1994, and I think the bill was before this committee back in 1994. I would hope that the committee would do the same thing that it's done over the years and see the viability of the family-owned businesses and how unique our industry is to other states. You heard a lot about us, comparing us to other states. I can tell you, talking to executives from the beer wholesalers industry around the country, there's not another state that has 7,000 independent retailers that make up their marketplace. In addition, over the past couple of years, if alcohol was so important to grocery stores, 10 years ago, we didn't have Whole Foods, we didn't have Trader Joe's, we didn't have Wegmans, we didn't have Harris Teeter. I think the more important question is going to those operators and say, why won't you open up an establishment in these areas? And it shouldn't be, well, we will open up just if you give us alcohol. That's the wrong answer. There's got to be other solutions, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan House.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Dan Hoos, close. I am the general manager of Bob Hall in Upper Marlboro, in Prince George's County. We are a local family-owned beverage wholesaler, selling mostly beer. We employ 115 employees, and we have almost 1,000 different local customers in Prince George's, Charles, and Calvert counties. And we've been servicing these counties in Southern Maryland since 1933. We stand to oppose House Bill 996. I'm also testifying on the Prince George's County House Bill number 625 later this afternoon.
Dan, we can't testify randomly. We can only testify on the bills that are before us at the moment.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. So most wholesalers and our independent retailers are local family-run businesses who work hard to be a positive force in the community, employ many people, and are a part of the landscape that make up our neighborhoods and our local business community. For us on the wholesaler level, an increase in chain stores does not necessarily mean an increase in business. It's quite the opposite. Volume is redistributed amongst all these stores. Deliveries go up. Drop sizes or the number of cases go down. And while change, with change, we would experience a massive change to how we go to market and our business model. We'd have to make significant investments to address the demanding service needs of these chains. And then look internally, what does that mean for us? And could that mean job loss? Bob Hall has never laid off a single person since 1933 and really does not want to plan to start doing that now. We've also, even through the pandemic, kept everyone working. So our people are incredibly important to us. So speaking of jobs, will change bring an increase in jobs? You hear the other folks talk about a lot of jobs, or will those responsibilities just go to current or existing employees that are there? So on the consumer side of things, our local retailers provide personal service, variety of products, locally brewed and locally made, products from Maryland. So that is so important, and chains definitely have a smaller product base. So ladies and gentlemen of the committee, please say no to House Bill 996. Say no to increasing the burden on local businesses. Say yes to local family businesses who have invested so much in the community and keeping jobs for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. House. Two more witnesses on the panel, and we'll go to questions. Aish, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing this. Aish Parka? Mr. or Miss Parika?
I'm here. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Okay.
Chair?
Yes, we can.
All
yes.
Right. Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and the members of the Economic Matters Committee for allowing me to testify. My name is Ashish Parikh, and I represent Cranberry Liquors, and I'm testifying in oppose of House Bill 996. I'll be again brief like others because most of the talks has already been done, so I'm not going to duplicate that. But I'm going to focus on a couple points which are very important to consider. Is number of new locations. Is it going to be 1, 2? No, it's going to be probably 3,000, 4,000 because not only grocery stores, convenience stores, gas stations are also going to get these licenses. Excuse me. And all these big boxes headquarters are out of town, means out of state, means the taxes is going out of state, and a lot of unemployment that will also add the burden to the state. And another important point, I was going to walk through the store because I'm going to take the advantage of this virtual hearing, and I was going to show you how we liquor stores, individual liquor stores are operated. Like I have people who are helping customers here, who are here, that we check their IDs, we follow the local rules and regulations, and we also try to help the customers.
I can't see your pictures.
Oh, you cannot? Okay.
No,
I'm going to, sorry. So what my concern was that at the individual liquor stores, we have almost 7 employees working on the Friday afternoon today. And we have people who are following the local rules and regulations to make sure that the store is following the needs, like checking the IDs, no underage serves, etc. Also, we have people who are helping customers to carry out also to help them to find out the needed drinks for the recipes. So there is a personal touch where people can basically feel like they're going to the stores. I understand, I heard the testimony saying that there was a need of urgency, but we offer a curbside and carry out also. And I have a grocery store next door to me, which is like 10 seconds away from my front door to their front door. So I don't think
We
there's
need you
going
to
to be
wrap
bad
the
on it.
testimony up.
That should be everything. I thank you for everything you guys do for the great state of Maryland. And I would request to oppose this bill 996. Thank you.
Thank you. Blaze Miller.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Blaze Miller, and I am the owner of BK Miller Meats and Liquors in Clinton, Maryland. BK Miller's is a fourth-generation small family business that has been on the same corner in Clinton for 108 years. Currently have 49 employees. One's been here 50 years, one's been here 60 years, and one just retired after 60 years. I oppose House Bill 996, as do my fellow employees, and as I can promise you, my fellow independent retailers do. Any legislation that allows beer and wine in chain stores, no matter how it's worded or its intentions, is anti-small business. Allowing any change to that stipulation will only open the door from here out. It will not end with this. I have a 7-Eleven across the street from me. In fact, I have 5 7-Elevens, 3 Dash-Ins, 2 dollar stores, 2 grocery chain stores, and a Walmart within a mile of my store. And I also have 5 local retailer liquor stores in that same area. Chains would love this privilege, but they're successful without it. And you know what? Without that change, you're going to keep the profits in Maryland. Please consider the support that small independents give to local products. I'm going to show you 2 quick examples. I don't know if you can see this. This is called Tea Capri Tequila. This is a tequila that was introduced last week by an African-American female entrepreneur from Waldorf, Maryland. She put it in the market last week. We brought it in Friday night. We sold out overnight by putting it on social media. And we sold out twice. We now bought 50 cases in 1 week from this lady from Waldorf, Maryland. Another non-liquor item this is called Uncle Del's Mumbo Sauce. This is a great story. This is developed by 2 young African Americans from Upper Marlboro, Niles and Andy. They have Andy Factory. One is 19 years old, one is 22 years old, and they're entrepreneurs like this. We saw them on the local news, brought it in, and since August, we've sold 310 of their 10 cases of their stuff, 3,700 jars. I can tell you about BK Miller's charity work in the past. I think it's well documented. We helped with the Stuff a Truck in Prince George's County. We helped with Ebenezer's turkey giveaways. We helped District 5 Police Department. All I can do is ask you to oppose House Bill 996. Keep the small businesses in your heart. Love us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Chairman, I think we can move on to questions. We've finished the opponents panel.
So we did the just the 2 panels that were submitted, but not the full witness list.
We've done all of the favorables.
Got
and
it.
we've done the opponents panel.
Got it.
So it's open for questions. And I don't see any.
All right, ran out of gas. Okay.
All right, so we'll go back to the list. I'm sorry, Delegate Chi.
Yeah, I just want to, as a point of personal privilege, I want to appreciate all of the witnesses, whether it's favorable or unfavorable, for taking their time to join this very robust conversation, including all my colleagues' questions. Because that is the purpose of this bill, to start a very important conversation for a stubborn issue that just wouldn't go away. And I invite anyone with great ideas, for all these small businesses that came here to say how much you have contributed to our communities. You have been such an important staple of our community life. I have absolutely no question. In fact, hardly anyone cares more about small business than I do. And I have an economic development background. Half of my 19 bills are pro small business bills. But I happen to represent a community that also is experiencing food insecurity. And I'm very happy to explore what is viable. And if it was so profitable for fresh grocers to go to these underserved communities, then many of you probably would be in that line of business instead of in the alcohol business, right? Let's be real about that. And some of you testified, and I fully respect your testimony. You all told your very personal experiences, which was the most valuable part of our discussion here. But you actually proved my point, which is larger chain stores tend to go after the common brands and do not have the diversity of products that you carry. So there is enough to go around for everyone. So I don't buy the notion necessarily that just because they are coming in, it's the end of the world for you. Data do not support that, and we'll be happy to share with you. The fact that 40 states and 47 states sell beer or beer and wine may tell us that there is enough to go around. So, I think it's time for us to adjust our expectations. And also, finally, I just want to say, I would love for anyone to come up with better ideas. I have not heard from opposing voices on the food desert issue. And that's really the crux of why I'm sponsoring this bill. So with that, thank you very much.
All right, we still have a few more people on the opponents list. Mr. Chairman, do you want me to finish that and then?
Let me see if I got it right. Is Elise Grossman next?
Yes.
All right, I think I caught up.
All right.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in opposition to House Bill 996. I'm a Montgomery County native who's passionate about public health. I've worked in the public health field for nearly 17 years. This bill has good intentions. It's framed around the idea of using laws and policies to address food deserts, nutrition, and the obesity epidemic. Unfortunately, as it is written, this bill would create many more public health harms than it would solve. I urge you to oppose this bill for 3 reasons. First, as I've written in my written testimony and discussed before, excessive alcohol consumption is already a public health problem in Maryland, especially in impoverished and minority communities. Second, alcohol does not solve the obesity problem. In fact, it makes it worse. Research has found a strong correlation between alcohol consumption and obesity. And third, having more off-premise alcohol outlets, such as liquor stores, or in this case, grocery stores that sell alcohol, is associated with an increase in violence, criminal activity, domestic violence, and child abuse and neglect. Maryland currently has 1,800 off-premise alcohol outlets. This bill is estimated to add 1,300 more, thereby increasing access to alcohol exponentially and essentially overnight. Adding alcohol to grocery stores is not a new concept. Other cities and states have done it in the hopes of fixing the food desert problem, but it hasn't worked. In 2015, the Canadian government did allow grocery stores to sell alcohol, and they saw an increase in alcohol-related emergency department visits. In conclusion, although the preamble of this legislation is framed around addressing the obesity epidemic in our state, this bill in no way addresses strategies to do so. Instead, this bill focuses on one thing: expanding alcohol sales and deliveries. As many delegates have mentioned, there are many well-researched interventions to address obesity, nutrition, and the availability of healthy foods. None of these interventions involve increasing the number of alcohol outlets by over 70%. I agree we need a policy that addresses obesity in our community, but we need one that does not harm public health in the process. I urge you to give an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Stuart Doris. Are you with us, Stuart?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you very much. My name is Stuart Doris. My wife and I have proudly owned a Class A store in Baltimore County for the past 20 years. We entered into this business with the understanding that Maryland's liquor laws were established to enable individuals to acquire a liquor license, and have for the past 100 years. They have held to that philosophy and principle. Local business owners are now faced with the threat of out-of-town conglomerates and corporations destroying what owners have built and invested in. This is very simply a case of want versus need. Corporations want to increase their profits by expanding their product selection. Understandable. Supermarkets would sell lawnmowers and hiking boots if they thought that they could make an extra buck. Local business owners need to protect their investment. They need to protect their employees and to protect their families and their communities. There are 20 stores within 3 miles of our store that sell alcoholic beverages. If supermarkets, variety stores, and convenience stores get licenses, that number would rise to 39. Do we really need to nearly double the places where underage consumers might be able to buy alcoholic beverages? Many people would suffer from this. Local charities, local schools, daycare centers, cancer fundraisers, local scout troops, local sports teams. These are all different charities that we contribute to every single year. With all respect to our elected delegates and our representatives, the people that have initiated this bill are not your constituents. The business owners that are here fighting this bill, we are your constituents. Please strongly oppose number 996, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. How about Steve Myers?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Steve Myers. I'm a certified alcohol educator, and I'm a wine consultant at Plaza Liquors in Pasadena, Maryland. In 2009, I founded Responsible Alcohol Marketing, an alcohol education company. It's the only program with a consumer counterpart called Simple Alcohol Management, or SAM. Marketers of food and beverages have a responsibility to educate the consumer. I define responsibility as the ability to respond. Researchers have also identified alcohol as a food and drug. When metabolized in the body, it produces at least 8 long-term adverse effects. Both RAM and SAM are based on this science. Researchers have also identified long-term adverse effects in the ingredients in certain foods and beverages and the diseases they cause. For instance, excess salt or sodium leads to coronary heart disease, sugar to diabetes, glutamates to Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Trans fats contribute to obesity. All of these ingredients are flavor enhancers. The purpose of consumption of food and beverages is to energize the body. It is not to satisfy the palate. So the food and beverages that cause a majority of the burden on healthcare go through the doors of grocery stores. On top of that, we have an opioid epidemic caused in part by the free flow of prescription medications from pharmacies. Grocery stores have pharmacies. In 2009, the Obama administration requested the food industry reduce the amount of sodium in foods. What was the result? Michelle Obama initiated a program called Let's Move. What was the result of that? The formula for good health is diet and exercise. Over the years, the US government has spent trillions of dollars in research. Research is education, but where was the application? Education requires application. The work of the NIAAA lay dormant until I picked it up. I saw its marketing potential. I offered to share the program with every major grocery chain, and they rejected it. The grocery industry needs to be held accountable for the burden they put on healthcare. You don't reward bad behavior.
Mr. Myers, we're going to have to bring it to a close, okay, sir?
Give House Bill 996 an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Wargo?
Hello, am I there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll just keep this short and sweet. My name is Katie Wargo, and I'm a lifelong resident of Pasadena, Maryland, and I currently serve as the Coalition Coordinator for Northern Lights Against Substance Abuse and Misuse, which is a community group that works to prevent substance abuse and misuse in the county among young adults and the youth. We work with 3 other coalitions across Anne Arundel County alongside the Department of Health. What we're asking for you to do is oppose House Bill 996, and for a couple main reasons. One being that promoting alcohol as healthy food or a food desert is not the way to go for our youth. Also, We've been working for the last 10 years with Northern Lights specifically for responsible beverage service. And we work alongside liquor stores and other packaged goods establishments to make sure that they have responsible beverage service and that they're fully aware of checking IDs and encouraging responsible service, consumption, and a customer state when they come in. Having alcohol at grocery stores and other convenience stores would just make it more accessible for young adults who are, the parents say, hey, run inside and grab a gallon of milk, and who's to say they won't swipe a bottle? Or most grocery stores employ our youth. Most kids are 16 years of age or older working at a cashier at a grocery store. So we're asking to please oppose this to make sure that we are helping our youth with substance abuse and misuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Mario Chang.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. How you doing, Chairman? And the delegation. Basically, I'm Baltimore born. I'm a second generation immigrant. My family has owned our business for 27 years. And I'm also the acting president of KAGRO, which is a Korean business association. We have two concerns that pretty much everybody has touched on. But first, if supermarkets, convenience stores, or like start to sell alcohol, we have deep reservations on the saturation and the availability of alcohol into the communities. Secondly, we believe that if the entrance of big chain stores and big business would ultimately destroy and cripple the small independent business. On top of that, our family, we employ anywhere from 4 to 5 people from the community, depending on what time and day. And there are 2 of which are within walking distance. And I think this is something that really people have to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless I have a sheet.
That's it.
I believe we've covered everybody. So with that, I would like to declare House Bill 996 is being held. Members, let's take a 10-minute break. I know we've been at it a while. And let's reconvene. Let's reconvene at 3:40.
Well, that was quick.
Huh?
Well, that was quick.
Yes, we will reconvene at 3:40 for the local bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.